Раз-два, раз-два. Так. Коллеги,
Коллеги,
как меня слышно?
вижу Валентину Владимировну.
Здравствуйте, слышно ли
Юля,
меня?
иди сюда, не уходи, пожалуйста.
Замечательно, слышно.
Я тут
Спасибо,
опять подвинула.
выключаю.
Коллеги,
Вот она.
поскольку у нас синхронный перевод, мы очень просим говорить не спеша, делая небольшие паузы между Вот. Когда у нас запустится трансляция, это от чего зависит?
When we start broadcasting, what does it depend on?
Мгм.
Так, значит, трансляция тоже у нас запускается централизованно, поэтому, наверное, мы немного
It is also centralized, therefore probably we'll wait a little bit more.
поприветствовать тех, кто
My question
присутствует
is whether we may welcome those
показать
who
Владимира
are in the
Владимировича,
audience.
Владимира Юрьевича.
Да, это было бы очень неплохо.
in truth. We need something entirely different. We need a certain attitude towards knowledge in order for the people to be used to read good books, books which is better and more interesting and is written professionally. So in that sense, we have some unity of ideas, and it seems to me that we too need to create a library fund as well. That would have been great. Are we still waiting? We are trying to find out here what is the problem. We found that the problem is on the side of software, which was provided by the MIP. Probably that's an issue of input substitution. Now we have broadcasting. We see it in a contact.
Переводчик подключился. Если она у нас пошла во ВКонтакте, мы предполагаем,
we believe that on YouTube we have broadcasted as well. And in that case, let me give you the floor as the first speaker. We will start from a trend-setting presentation to talk about libraries in principle, about the possibility of new development as opposed to classical approaches. And Ekaterina Vasilyevna, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor, Director of a publishing house, Pashkov, and co-moderator of our panel, will give a presentation, Library as a Technology of Culture. Thank you. I just wanted to say that this is our joint presentation. I will do it alone, not to spend too much time, but we prepared it together. It is true that the library is technology of culture. What I or we had in mind when we made this subject. The library in 21st century is a technological organization ensuring the process of processing and making access to information on the basis of ITC. I believe that everyone today knows that. And here in my presentation, I even gave an example of implementing in the Russian State Library of the system of catalyzation or funds or robotic processes which are capable of imitating human action. This technology allowed us to significantly increase the capacity owing to highly qualified specialists on the basis of the intensive labor. I am not going to stop a long time on that because all the people present here know that perfectly. So the sphere of technology today is a very actively developing sphere of our life. And by means of thinking about more complicated reality and the involvement of a social component and the personal participation in those processes, particularly under the condition of digital transformation that we're living through, we have an expansion of the content and concept of technology. And the paradigm of post-classical science technology is considered as a system of very wide transformation activity. I gave this definition just in case. This is a combination of methods in a wide sense of using knowledge for resolving practical tasks. It's interesting that in the paradigm of post-classical science, there is this concept is expanded so widely that today all human activity is practically related with technology and all that transforming the nature energy is technology. But it is in this point where we have a cross section, crossroads of understanding what is culture, because transformation activity is the main specifics of human type of life, the name of which is culture, and which is different from the natural type of life with a transforming function of transformation of environment. This makes technology closer to culture. However, it does not make it identical to culture. Many of you probably know one of the founders of the science of culture studies. And if we refer to his understanding of culture studies as an area of knowledge that studies culture, we may see that he distinguishes three main subsystems of culture. First of them is technological subsystem, tools of production, means of existence, materials for building houses, the means of defense and attack. Second is social, and third is ideological subsystem. And in that hierarchy of subsystems, the most important is technological, on the others are derivatives from the first subsystem. That is the secondary. And here I wanted to make a bridge to a well-known Russian philosopher, Nikolai Alexandrovich Berdyaev. I wanted to say that in his well-known books, The Meaning of History, where he has an article, Will to Life, Will to Culture, he also draws attention to that aspect of the life of nature, which transform nature into civilization. And it in the beginning, at the foundation of it, is machine production. I give here the quotation from Berdyaev, and I wanted you to read this on the screen. Human being goes away from nature, and life is becoming more and more technical. Machine imposes a print to the spirit of human. Civilization has not natural and not spiritual basis, but machine basis. It's first of all technical. So the technological is above the spiritual. A machine and technology are born by the movement of thought, by great discoveries. But those fruit of discoveries undermine its organic basis. They kill its spirit, the culture loses its soul. And we continue in a quick, accelerating tempo of civilization without past or present, without exit to eternity, has only future. Civilization is futuristic. Culture tried to see the eternity. This acceleration, that exclusive aspiration towards the future are created by a machine. Life of a living organism is slower. Civilization is eccentric. Civilization is substitution of the purposes of life with the means of life. The goals of life fade and close. The consciousness of people is oriented exclusively towards the means of life, the technology of life, and the means become real. And the techniques, organization, production processes are real, and spiritual culture not real. It's just the means for the technology of life. And one thinking about those ideas by Berdyaev and my personal experience, I came to this topic. differences between culture and technology. The culture values its succession. Culture forms identity. Culture is based on tradition. Culture sees eternity. And the academic basis of culture is humanities. And technology tends to innovation. It's directed towards future. It forms cosmopolitanism. It's variable and quickly changing. And the scientific basis of technology are sciences. And nonetheless, culture is a purpose and technology is only a means. Therefore, we now living in the midst of contradictions which cannot be overcome. And we see that culture and technology are opposed to each other in some ways. To resolve this contradiction, it is necessary to understand the situation and understand that technological development may be useful and needed if it is based on the values of culture, if it is a means to look for internal values and motivated by the aspirations towards development and flourishing of humanity. Technology cannot be a purpose in itself. It is a means to reach the high goals of ideal culture also has two active forces. First, the conservative, which is directed towards the past and supporting successive connection to it, and creative, directed towards the future and creating new values. But in culture, we cannot have revolutionary and destructive beginnings. And the library, as it seems to us, may become for culture a model for creating new values, resolving this contradiction between cultural and technological development and fixing their fixation of those values and promoting them. Today, we also have the understanding of informational approach towards culture. This is also a very interesting approach, and we must have in mind that this approach does exist, and we must think how to use it in our time, particularly under the conditions of our speciality and including into the number of disciplines on which we may defend dissertations and write academic papers, among all other areas which existed before in library studies, bibliography, and so on, and had educational value and historical, philological disciplines could be involved. Now the index of our specialty has changed, 0.54, and we have culture study as a new area of studies, which formerly was never present in description of our specialty. We have a very interesting set of data about the culture, which is an information system. And in the number of modern culturological studies, it is presented in this way, that is, it is the system which characterizes the essence of human civilization, and summing up various definitions of culture, which were given by Gurevich. He defines this as a combination of socially acquired and translated from generation to generation symbols, values, customs, beliefs, traditions, and rules of behavior by means of which people organize their life. There is an understanding of culture as non-inherited information, and that was proposed by Lotman, who gave a definition of the notion of human culture as a combination of all non-inherited information and the means of its organization and storage. Later on, culture is presented as a system of translation of information, sharing of information in society, the possibility of creating accumulation and translation of information is what makes humans different from its wild relatives. And in future, we may see that the social stage of evolution is characterized by a super individual non-organic system of accumulation, storage, and transfer of information from generation to generation, which is very important for the individuals in society. This is reference to Makarian, a well-known Soviet philosopher. And finally, the existence of superbiological mechanisms, the programs and algorithms plays very important role in development of society, expressing not only its difference from biological stage of development, but it reflects the deep essence of social stage of development. Many important trends of civilization development may be explained on the basis of which that the nature of social lies in culture, but this property is internally related to spiritual and various types of activity. In society, one does not exist without another. It's consciousness that gives meaning to the artifacts, science, which are actively involved in the formation of consciousness of both the individuals and collective intellect in the form of culture. This is a quotation from Konstantin Kolin. And finally, Ursu studied a lot the issues of noosphere, and he believed that unlike the formerly existing understanding of spontaneous transformation of noosphere, Vernadsky wrote that it must appear naturally by way of natural development. And now we believe that this spontaneous process is impossible. Virtually, it would be formulated first theoretically with the help of science, and then it would be transformed into social and natural spheres. This is not just a spontaneous process. This is predictive designing of the model of future in the sphere of consciousness. And here I wanted again make a connection with Berdyaev's ideas, who also believed that culture, getting back to culture, but this process of going back, restoration of culture is impossible spontaneously. It requires a will. Therefore, in his article, he compares two wills, a will to life and will to culture. And according to the opinion of Arkady Dmitrievich Ursu, he too emphasizes the fact that spontaneously on its own, biosphere will not be transformed into noosphere. This requires very serious and significant effort, and we all must understand it, because it seems to me that at some point all of us started working very actively in the direction of technology. And probably we have not forgotten culture altogether, but we have become too active in that other sphere, and our aspiration to move forward everywhere and to use in the sphere of culture new and newest technologies. Yes, it is true, but we should not forget that the basis of our culture is our values. And moving forward, we must develop our values and we must protect them. And do not forget about succession. And it seems to me that the library may be considered as a technology of culture, future custodians of the most complete of knowledge about the transformation of human activity. In fact, We are custodians of knowledge of all the cultural heritage. And in that sense, it is already part of technology of culture. We may develop the methods and propose forms of getting closer between information communication and other technologies and technical practices with humanitarian practices. All that can be done in the library. It creates new intellectual products, disclosing the funds, improving the quality of services. And it seems to me digital transformation, ICT technology must be directed in their development towards the high ideals, meanings, and values of culture and stay the means of its reproduction and upbringing of humans. So this is what I wanted to wind up my short philosophical essay with, and I do hope that it will get some understanding in the audience. So this is my position. Thanks a lot for your attention. Thanks a lot, Екатерина Васильевна, for this philosophical mood which you have created in us. And the very title of the conference leads us towards thinking about the future. And I do not know whether we are ready to move to the mode of questions and answer. I believe that in future, dear colleagues, you will have a desire to ask something. Let us know in the chat for us to be able to give you the floor. Is there anyone who wanted to share some comments or ask questions, or will give the floor to Valentina Brezhneva, Doctor of Philosophy, the Dean of St. Petersburg Institute of Culture, and the social protection.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. For me, it's a big event to participate in today's conference because, can you hear me? Yes, we hear you pretty well. No, I'm not going to make a presentation because I would like to talk, to discuss. So, we often get together with our colleagues, but in our professional community. And the opportunities of this conference is that it goes beyond our professional community. And it's very important to hear the evaluation, assessment of our activities from our colleagues. And that is why I have chosen as a topic for our discussion, the topic which is generally internal and obvious for our library community, and it's also important, it seems to me, for the society as a whole. So we understand pretty well that the notion of informational culture has been important for all the stages of development of civilization. But with the development of digital society and digital economy, the importance of informational culture is growing. Does that mean that having the skills of communication with Alisa and ordering things from special applications and buying tickets or foodstuffs is a sign of information culture? Of course it does. But whether it's exhaustive in terms of the notion of information culture, of course not. And so informational culture is is such a complicated, interdisciplinary, integrative notion, which is studied by the representatives of various sciences, culturologists, sociologists, pedagogists, psychologists, and by all means, the specialists in information technologies. And traditionally, informational culture is the object of study by our librarian sciences. The problem is that being studied by various disciplines, these this research stays isolated, and there is no common approach, common understanding. Why is that? Each branch of knowledge develops their own approaches and methods and definitions and terminology. As a result of this, we get internal number of synonyms, book culture, librarian, and knowledge, which have for a long time been personified and were associated with information culture. Information competence, information behavior, media literacy, media culture, and more currents gets the term digital culture. So in its time in English literature, there was wide and common use information literacy, thanks to the UNESCO initiatives. And we colleagues have been using this guide for information literacy, which was prepared by the Jesus Lau. And of course, we are internally grateful to Gendy and Natalia for such promotion of these ideas in our librarian community. And today I would like to represent the point of view of St. Petersburg School of Libraries, which is headed by Valentina Minkina, who was the founder of this school. Within the framework of this school, information culture is understood as an element of the common culture of the personality and is viewed as the readiness and ability of the personality for self-reflection and self-education. And the aim of this information culture is to develop the skills to independently develop knowledge and not just digesting the minimum of knowledge. And this means that you can identify some components, some integral parts of information culture. And in the first sense, it's the understanding the reasons for uncertainty of information needs. We understand pretty well, and we convey this understanding to our readers, to our students, who that we have a creative task and not just like a living question where to spend your evening and how to buy tickets in a more comfortable way. To solve this kind of task, to search for an answer, it's difficult to formulate a request. And so I like the quote, the search for information in such a situation is not the search for the key for the lock, but both the search for the key and for the lock. And here increases the importance of associative research and verbalization of information needs and transforming them at the level of informational request. By all means, one of the components of information culture is understanding that in the information stream you cannot get a ready-made answer to your question. So the source, of course, you would like to find the source, the article, the book from which we will just copy the right answers. But we understand, and we convey this to our readers, that there's no ready-made source. To search for answers to your questions, you have to transform a lot of information, big masses of information, and you have to be oriented on a cumulative information resource. And of course, this understanding of importance of analytical, critical assessment of information, the methods which a library possesses, when based on the bibliographical description, a librarian can assess the importance and the reliability of the source, because we understand pretty well what number of strange, not to say unreliable, mistaken, and intentionally mistaken information is represented here in the information stream. It's very important component of information culture is the skill on the basis of this collected, assessed, analyzed information to create your own information products, your own intellectual products, and to bring them to the professional community, to publish them, to make them public, with adhering to all the requirements of normative documents and ethical norms. This is the correctness of quoting. This is securing your intellectual property, which we are very often criticized for by Natalia Lopatina, because we ignore sometimes this. It's not the feature of a professional librarian community, but it's probably a peculiarity of Russian mentality. We know how many inventions have been done in our country which were patented abroad. And it's also a very important component of information culture is the professional communication, professional search for business partners. Of course, in the digital society, each of these components cannot be implemented without the use of information communication technologies. And the digital world is the basic competence, skill of each modern person. But the peculiarity of these components and the level of information culture affect the success of a person in the modern world and modern society. It broadens its freedom of action. And today, we can say that the level of information culture is no less important as, for example, compared to economic and social position of the family and some other factors are given to the person from his birth. They affect on the opportunities of this person to change his or her position within the social structure of the society, to go up the ladder, social ladder and social lift. It is because of that information culture can be viewed as a means of social protection for the personality. And libraries are this social institute institution which has the experience of building individual knowledge, and the source of which are total information resources of the society in the traditional or digital form, systematized, carefully selected and processed information resources. And one more aspect I would like to dwell upon, the developing of information culture faces, so to say, with a generation problem. For young people who from birth have had these skills of creating information products, we see that each new first year of students at our universities is able to create presentation, video clips, posters, but you have to teach them different things. They have to be taught ethical evaluation of information. They have to be taught to slowly read, in contrast to their clip thinking. And the older generation, of course, they have to be taught the skills of the use of information technologies. And libraries have great command of all of this. And today, in my colleagues' presentations, I'm sure there will be a lot of examples which would confirm my thesis that libraries are a warrant of development of the society and the social protection of the personality. Thank you very much. Valentina Vladimirovna, can you hear me? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a quite an interesting sequence of our presentation, which is related to the views upon culture and what information culture is. And so I'm very grateful to you for this. I was very interested in your presentation. And if you have any questions from our colleagues, we could quickly answer some quick questions. You have an opportunity now, so you're welcome. Does anyone want to ask Valentina anything? Not so far. Okay, maybe during the chat or in some working order. So thank you very much. Thank you for participating in our this conference. Is unusual, quite an interesting approach.
We do hope that
and so this connection will just become solid between the opportunities that our new technologies open and the classical approaches that we still have to keep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have now Vadim Valerievich. Are you ready to participate in our presentation?
good morning. I'm ready. Do we have some presentation?
Сейчас мы проверяем, Вадим Валерьевич. Вадим Валерьевич, у нас идет параллельный перевод.
We have a simultaneous translation, therefore, if possible, please slow down a little bit into English. We have direct broadcasting in Contact in Russian and YouTube in English. Okay. Unfortunately, we do not see a presentation as yet.
Как она называлась?
Can you remind me the name? The common space of knowledge. We are talking about the main priority, transition to society of knowledge and intellect. Okay.
Может быть, нам есть смысл тогда следующему докладчику пока предоставить слово, пока мы поработаем со слайдами.
Maybe then we'll have the next speaker while we are looking for the slides. And I promise that I'll stay here. Okay? Okay, in that Boris Rodionovich, in that case, we'll hear him now and see him, I hope.
Логинов Борис Родионович, кандидат
Boris Rodionovich Loginov, candidate of science, CEO of National Library Center LibNet. His topic is modern problems of digitalization of research libraries. Dear friends, I'm happy to welcome you. It's true.
Слышно? Слышно?
Слышно, да. Слышно, Борис Родионович.
Я еще раз хочу поблагодарить.
Once again, I wanted to thank you for the invitation and to this conference with general cultural meaning. This is very important for me. I am more a technical person and probably I will use some technical issues to the development of libraries. Here, previous speakers said that technologies develop libraries, but the question is how they develop them. So I wanted, first of all, to talk a little bit about the experience of my own libraries, which I'm heading for many years. And here I witnessed various stages of development of libraries, quite traditional in the beginning of the 80s. And then the process of automatization, informatization started, and today the stage of digitalization. That connects us to the notion of transformation. I wanted in my presentation to tell you about those practical steps which we take in our libraries, the Central Research and Medical Library, which is an industry library, and to a creator and a custodian or the main fount of knowledge of medicine. And probably that experience, which I am going to share with you, will be interesting to other industry libraries. But the difference could be only the system of ontologies, organization of knowledge, which are used for thematic search. So the first area is what we are witnessing, what takes place in research libraries. I have in mind the libraries which serve the academic society, academic community. This is the transformation of an electronic catalog. We see that electronic catalog traditionally, which is traditionally a database of bibliographical notations, now is transformed as a database of connected data. Today, the main points, main characteristics of that database are 6 characteristics. And this is self-publication, and this is organization, topic, time, and place. These let us say 6 aspects are interrelated with different types of relationships. In fact, what was the basis for this transformation? To my mind, we see a change of requirements towards electronic catalogs. The task which is formulated today, probably they should be referred to as metadata bases, and new tasks are formulated to them. To be quite brief to describe what are those new requirements. This is the search for new trends, or as they call it today, new fronts. And this is particularly important in academic sphere. I must say that the publications by all means reflect those research papers, the materials of research on the global scale. And it is not enough just to find some publication in a library which was written by some author and probably according to some classification index. Today, it is not enough. And this is the main driving force and the reason for transformation that we have today. I'm talking about interrelated data. Theoretically, this task, as you know well, in the library world is addressed, or it started to be addressed on the basis of new models, RAM model, which is promoted in our country. And this is a basic model, but it is not comprehensive and not exhaustive. And we already know that certain links are missing in that, but this is not has principal importance. We do a lot of research projects in that area, and we are studying the catalogs of the leading global libraries, I mean research libraries, first of all, and the databases as Web of Science, Scopus, library, and we see that those data which already appear in description of publication. Practically, the data in the volume in which they are present today in the database, it is impossible to create it manually. That would have been an impossible task. If you see at notations or the volume of information in Scopus, this is half of the problem. But if you look at e-library, which has to work in 2 languages, at least 2 languages, we may see that all data is presented in 2 languages and so on. And we must say that the only drawback today of those representations is the lack of ontology, semantic ontologies. They are present in some way, but they're all expressed with help of keywords. But this is far from enough today. Therefore, the first direction of transformation of electronic catalog in related databases and hence automatization of this process. Since manually, as I mentioned, this task would have been impossible. Moreover, the main value of research libraries is the research journals and magazines because they reflect the latest information, most updated information, and time and speed of receiving information is quite important in research. Therefore, I believe that That research library is good, which provides a maximum information about allocation between the journals, which corresponds to the profile of this library. I must say that in medicine, from 500 and more names of magazines in the country. Therefore, we need the lists or catalogs of all of them. We can process manually only 100 magazines, but that is not enough. Therefore, I mentioned that the transformation of electronic catalogs into a database of related data and automatization of the catalogs is inevitable. We see in the global community that these processes take place and they have been addressed quite successfully. All publishing houses make their publications available to Scopus Web of Science and the library in accordance with a certain format. And this is a very good factor, which affected the representation of information in periodical publication, periodical research publications, particularly. This is very important stage in the development or description of magazines, which includes not only bibliographical information, but also annotations and the texts themselves. Today, these formats presuppose that the texts themselves would also be provided. This is necessary not so much from the point of view of providing access to the article, but for the search by the full text, which clarifies the search by metadata. If we only use the search by text, there is a lot of noise naturally. Therefore, first we start the search by metadata, particularly with the use of anthologies, and then if it is necessary to clarify certain details, then we use the full text. So this is the first area that I wanted to cover. The second area, which is related to the first as well, for research, literature research information, it has significant importance, and this is thematic anthologies. I am not going to spend a lot of time on that. I'm not going to describe it in detail. In medicine, we do have this anthology. It is accepted throughout the world. And these are medical thematic categories developed by the American National Medical Library, and practically the whole world uses this approach, including ourselves. For about 20 and more years, we're using this anthology for catalogization and categorization, and we provide the Russian version to the American library, and it includes it in its meta thesaurus. This is very good, but again, there's a question. And this thematization with the help of anthology is a very labor-consuming process and very labor-consuming from the intellectual point of view. And given the parallel growth of the volume of publication, the number of journals, as you see, is already big and it is growing. And we see that here too, we can't do without automatization. Hence, a topical task today is automatic thematization by anthologies. This is the most important area of development on the basis of text analysis, full text of the articles. Is for that as well. We need to make available to the libraries full texts of the articles. In that direction, we have just started working. but at least we have found groups of good researchers specializing in this area and professionals from MIT and Moscow State University who are working on catalogization of text and the search of topics, after which it is possible to move to the search of the France, so-called France. I do hope in the West they too are working on that issue. I may give an example of the National Medical Library in the States. It is clear that this is only the initial stage of development, and of course it is only rough, and it has to be refined manually by the specialists. Therefore, when they say that automatization and catalogization would free intellectual specialists intellectual labor, I must tell you that we have so few of them, and that these are the only people who can help in teaching that intellectual system, which will be responsible for automatization. And I know about some good results which have been achieved, but it requires a lot of preliminary work with marking of those texts. And we do understand that this is the work with the use of science knowledge, specialized knowledge, and the final area in which we are working and working pretty successfully is, as you understand yourself, that today not to provide access to documents online would mean that these documents are not available at all, despite the fact that we accumulate them and we store them, but nonetheless, no one reads them. So we are talking about technologies of the future, about providing access online. You know that almost 2 years ago, probably 3 years ago, we discussed actively the technology of a controlled digital subscription, which is a natural area of development in addressing this task, with the help of which we may provide access without breaking the copyright law, provide access to those, let us say, paper, traditional books or dissertations, any documents which the library has. Beginning from 2014, Central Medical Library has opened the so-called electronic subscription system, which allows any user, any one of our readers, to order any book, to view it online, protective viewing, of course, in accordance with the law. We may not allow copying of the document. There is a way of further development of this technology, but in any way, today, of 3.5 million of items in our storage, any of those items is available online. This is done on order. Our electronic catalog is quite full. It reflects the whole of our fund because the image catalogs are not quite useful for search. This is a transitional stage for digitalization, but nonetheless, This technology works for already 8 years. It has proven to work well. And in practice, this is the only means of providing access to our fund for any specialist, any professional in our huge country. So, of course, it develops in parallel with the access to open resources. And I must say that the share of open resources is growing constantly. Particularly, this is true about periodical publications. We can see today that any publication in periodicals is accompanied with and this is a wonderful means that allows us to refer the user to a possible option of full text. If it is open, it becomes available on the website immediately. And if it is not open, then we may refer the user to a mediator who may provide a paid access. At least this addresses the task of navigation. You do not have to search and do not have to use the methods of interlibrary subscription and other complicated libraries, but paid subscription will do. This is about all that I wanted to say, what we are doing on the practical level. And if you are interested, we are always ready to share with you our experience. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Boris Rodionovich. Thanks a lot. We were very happy that you managed to participate in our conference because you always have some new and very interesting ideas and the means of their implementation. And I believe that the people who specialize in those issues, specialists in IT, all that would be very useful and very interesting. And for us, it is important that there is a growing number of open resources. This is very convenient because we are facing this problem each time, and we are facing the choice whether we should open everything or close everything or find some optimal compromise to give the people an opportunity to use the resources. You know, in fact, this problem is resolved automatically. If you are offering this duo as a navigator, we are the owner of the copyright. And if the system believes that this is an open resource, you automatically have an access to full text. If it is a paid access, then it would redirect you to a mediator or to your own site and require payment. All this is done automatically and without problem. Therefore, it is very useful. Thank you. Thank you, Boris Rodionovich. In that case, again, we will leave the questions to later time. Will you stay with us? Yes. Thank you. Thanks a lot in that case.
So now I would like to invite Vadim Valerievich to come to us to this presentation. Where are you? Yeah, we are just checking. For some reason, Vadim Valerievich, we cannot see him now among the participants of the Zoom, but we got his presentation. So he has found it. And Grigory Rafaelovich writes that he's looking forward to the presentation. So I don't know how we can overcome this. No changes. So no, we can't see Vadim Valerievich. So we would very much welcome, but
Нет никакой информации.
No information. Well, using this pause while we are looking for Vadim Valerievich, Boris Rodionovich mentioned the importance of placing in the open as an open source and open access and provide open access to scientific knowledge on all the subjects and disciplines. And you know that this year the magazine Library and Science will commemorate its anniversary, 70th anniversary, and we are looking forward to the launch on the platform of NAP of a collection with archives of all this magazine ever since the point of its foundation. So far, it's pre-project stage, but we are hoping very much that this resource will be in demand because it's quite surprising that when we were developing the index of this magazine and we were preparing the digital collection, we realized that in this time lots of topics that were relevant at that point and that are relevant now, they've been shed light upon even 30, 20, 40 years ago. Ekaterina Alexandrovna, I just called, there are some technical issues. I've talked to the secretary and she said that you just let the next speaker. So, you see, Alexander Sergeyevich Karaush, he said that he will be able to make a speech in the second half of the day. So I haven't got a reply from him when exactly he's going to be online. So now we will give the floor and invite Natalia Viktorovna Lopatina. Natalia Viktorovna, I see you, and you are so actively telling someone, are you giving a lecture? Natalia Viktorovna, all the participants of the Zoom know you very well, but probably contact users do not know all your regalia, so it's important to say that this is the Doctor of Pedagogical Sciences, Professor, the Chair of Information and the Library Technologies of Moscow State Institute of Culture, and the leading scientific fellow of FIPS from Moscow, Natalia Viktorovna, is going to make a presentation on social and humanitarian and technical sciences in design of libraries of the next generation. Are you going to have a presentation? No, I'm going to speak without a presentation today. And using this opportunity, I would like to give my best regards to Mazuritsky Alexander Mikhailovich, who is watching and listening to our today's activity, and he is next to us. So we are discussing all the relevant and interesting ideas and the future that I hope we will have. So today we are, can you hear me well? So today we are meeting at a new platform. I'm very glad that we are together. So it's not for the first time this week, because this way or another, we are going to go deeper into the discussion of issues which are quite relevant and the issues that are very important for us. We are in the new track of the organization of science. And of course, we have lots of questions. How should we do so that within the new organizational forms, the modern Russian science was able to give to librarian matter the future? And so this future leads to development and not just the trying to fit in the changing world. So today's conference and the topic are quite well in terms of fitting into this scientific context, and they continued, surprisingly, continued the conversation at Kazansky Digital Week, which was organized by Russian Library, State Library, and the consultations that the dissertation councils are conducting in terms of developing a passport of new scientific discipline. Many of our colleagues believe that the organization of research in library and information sphere is not so important, but what is of principal importance is the strategic planning of scientific research and development, which are aimed at providing the librarian sphere with science-intensive and science-based solutions, which would allow to solve evident and covered problems and formed and not formed problems. And of course, we are talking about the need for principally new knowledge about the exchange of information and digital resources and metadata and all sorts of information products that exist in different information formats. And apart from that, of course, we are talking about new information technologies and systems which resolve the problems of the librarian and information provision of the science and culture and professional practices and education. So, in response to the questions that we're discussing today at the conference, so what is it? Humanitarian sciences or humanities or sciences? What do they relate to? The change of world outlook and priorities and being interested of the scientific community in developing and in researching a wide range of social problems means that there are lots of aspects in this phenomena, and it's important to identify its social disasters, threats, and in this way or the other way, we've heard in our presentation of Ekaterina Vasilyevna today, and Valentina Vladimirovna also mentioned this, digitalization as a social process demonstrates the shift to a new type of society, a new type of civilization, and it's characterized, of course, by a huge influence on the society. It touches upon all the levels of society, and it requires developing a new methodology of understanding this digitalization, which is important for the development of the modern world. So our society has faced such a modernization, the technical, technological, and social, cultural one, quite a long time ago. The first was leading until the middle of the 80s years last century, leading positions in science. But again, coming back in the 90s, we've realized that there is some disbalance of these two sides of the development. And here we saw the reasons for such important aspects for us. And we've realized that we need to study both sides of such a global process. And of course, the global character of informatization, of digitalization, of one of its trends has actualized and made the society to look differently and feel differently. The popularity of a thesis by an English scientist and political man about two countries, about the opposition of scientific and humanitarian, of rational and intuitive, and exact and inexact. And today it's difficult to find a social phenomena which are not infected by the digitalization, and many of them, even yesterday, were not under the influence of digitalization. And here I like the position of my teacher, Natalia Slyadneva, that under the influence of digitalization, we have a social systems of composite type, which bring together biological, social, and technological and psychological systems and transform the social structure and technicize the phenomena which have always been antithesis of a technical beginning, and libraries are among those, unfortunately, no matter how our opponents might look at this. Information technologies are the realities that are created by people, and they, of course, have quite a powerful social transformative potential at the anthologies, but not at the glaciological level. And ontological changes are so powerful that for adequate its assessment and the consequences of them, of course, you need some theoretical innovations, and in the disciplines and science we represent, they have to be present. That's what we are going to discuss today when we work at the passport of a scientific discipline. Many authors speak about adequacy of classical theories to explain the dynamism and unpredictability of social changes, and I'm more than sure that in our sciences such research has to be conducted. Despite numerous attempts to build this antithesis, it has been supported by the historical experience and hypothesis according to which the social activity for men is primary and the information reflecting this is secondary and derivative. And so such a consequence of given in the human experience seemed a fundamental law of being, and the person that transforms the world and then thinks about this, and as a result of this he creates some information objects, messages, works, and these objects get into the system of information communication, the mass media, libraries, into communication, and thus build the information resource. And the natural process of changes of these communicative formats has given us, gave in the 70s the four harbingers of this we saw in the 70s, and we continue studying these information activities, information objects, and the social management, but together with them we are trying to look for new scientific tools and new approaches and theories on the basis of which we have new trends in science. And now I'm trying to draw your attention that in the previous nomenclature of scientific disciplines, such fundamental practical-oriented research were possible thanks to this composite character of the information sphere and the traditional on paper and the electronic and analogous and digital within the sphere. 052500 is this documental information. They could coexist, and there was an opportunity, this logical communication of social and humanitarian and technical components of these scientific disciplines. And approaches and research dimensions. And being researchers from our student times, we knew for sure that we are cantors, and we became doctors of pedagogical sciences. We clearly understood that our spice is the five in the cipher of the scientific specialty. It's not just a talk about people and about some cultural processes. And here, of course, I would like to draw your attention to our previous meetings when we represented the analysis of strategies of developing libraries in the Russian Federation up to 2030 in Russia in terms of priorities and critical dimensions of scientific research in our field. I'm not going to repeat this here, but if we are going to talk briefly, a lot of dimensions that are at the juncture and are closer towards technical sciences, more to informatics rather than to humanitarian rhetorics about the digitalization change in the world. We need some specific developments and solutions that would launch these mechanisms. And I had an opportunity to personally say this to Vadim Valerievich Duda on Tuesday, because what we heard at the conference on Tuesday are very good developments and solutions in the Russian State Library, and we are supporting them fully.
На сегодняшний день,
So,
конечно,
for
мы
the
говорим
moment,
о том, что
of course, we are
эти
talking
целевые ориентиры, которые мы
about
видим в
these
стратегии, это вызовы библиотечной
milestones.
практики.
These are
И
challenges to
опять
libraries.
уже второй раз за эту
And of
неделю
course, again,
обращаю
second time in this
внимание
week, I'm drawing
всего
your
нашего
attention
профессионального сообщества,
of
нашего
all our
научного
professional
сообщества
and
на
scientific
то, что
community to
не
the fact
стоит
that
рассматривать
it's not
номенклатуру
worth
научных специальностей
looking
только в
into the
русле
nomenclature of
дискретности,
the
только
scientific
как
disciplines
системную
only as
целостность.
the
Потому
discrepancy.
что никто нам не запрещает
Nobody
выходить в
is
другие
prohibiting
науки.
us
Никто нам не запрещает
to go
видеть
to other
там
sciences
те
and see
вопросы,
there
которые
some
для
of the
нас
issues which
сегодня
are
имеют
for us
принципиальную важность.
of principal
И
importance.
здесь, конечно,
And of
документалистика,
course,
документоведение, архивоведение, и в
documental
паспорте этой
studies,
научной
and in the
специальности
passport
очень
of this
много
scientific
позиций,
discipline, there are
которые
lots
для
of
нас сегодня
positions which
принципиальны.
are principal for us.
Медиа-коммуникации,
Media
журналистика, то же
communication and
самое.
journalism, the
Если мы
same.
говорим про
If we
технические
talk
специальности,
about
это не
technical
только 2, 3,
specialties,
8
it's not like
информатика,
2, 3,
информационные
8
процессы,
in
которые пришли на
IT and
смену
IT
05,
processes
25, 05.
which were
Но это и то, что связано с искусственным
0525.
интеллектом и машинным
It
обучением.
also what
То,
relates
что
to
связано с системным
artificial
анализом, управлением,
intelligence and
обработкой
systemic
информации и
analysis and the
статистики,
processing of information
с
and
компьютерным
statistics,
моделированием и
computer modeling
автоматизацией
and
проектирования.
automatization and design.
Очень много нам на
There are
сегодняшний день дает
lots
специальность 5.3.4,
534
педагогическая психология,
especially
психодиагностика
pedagogical psychology
цифровых
and psychodiagnostics
образовательных
of
сред.
digital
И
environments. It gives us a lot.
в паспорте
And in
специальности
the
общей
passport of this
педагогика,
specialty
истории
of general
педагогики
pedagogy and
образования
the
есть то,
history of
что нужно современной библиотеке
pedagogy
в том
and in
числе.
education,
Безусловно, мы
we also
никогда не
have something
обращаем
in this.
внимания, и
Of
тоже
course, we
для
never
нас
pay
новая
attention, and it's
специальность,
a new
которая может
specialty
представлять для
which
нас
could
интерес.
present interest for
Это
us.
междисциплинарное
This is
исследование
interdisciplinary
когнитивных
research
процессов.
of cognitive
Если мы не будем
processes.
работать в этой
If we
области
don't
и не
work
будем
in this
строить
sphere, and if we don't
такую
build
дисциплинарную
this
коммуникацию,
interdisciplinary
методологическую
communication,
коммуникацию
methodological
здесь, то мы тоже
communication
не выйдем
here,
на
we
решение
won't be
целого
able
ряда
to
проблем. И,
solve some
конечно, то, что
problems
связано с когнитивным
which relates
моделированием.
to cognitive processes.
Но на сегодняшний день
And for the moment,
единственная наша
the
проблема,
only our
особенно тогда,
problem,
когда речь
especially
идет
when we talk
о
about
диссертационных
about
исследованиях,
dissertation
это
research, and
однозначно отнести
these
свою
are
работу к какой-то одной научной
to
специальности. И,
to
казалось бы,
attribute
для
our
представителей
scientific
нашей
paper
профессии
to
здесь
one
все
of the
очень
scientific
просто.
specialties.
Но здесь
It
начинается
seems
самое
simple,
интересное именно
but
тогда,
here
когда мы
the most interesting
пытаемся
thing starts when we try
выстроить
to
и
build
разделить
and
между гуманитарными
separate
науками
between
и
the
техническими
humanities and the
науками.
sciences and
На
technical
что
sciences.
ориентироваться
What
соискателю?
should
Многие
we go
считают, что
by?
главное здесь
Many
тема. Но,
believe that
уважаемые
it's the
коллеги,
topic, but
если
dear
есть слово
colleagues,
цифровизация,
if you
информационный
have
ресурс, научно-техническая
centralization, information
информация,
resource, and scientific
электронная
information,
библиотека, это не гарантия
electronic
того, что
library, it's
данная
not a
диссертация
guarantee
по
that this
информатике.
dissertation is on the
Просто потому,
informatics.
что
Only because
современная
the
феноменология
modern
библиотечного дела
phenomenology of
это не
librarian
феноменология
science
40-50
is
летней
not
давности.
of
Она стала
40, 50
разнообразнее, она
years.
вышла
It
на
has
новый виток
become
развития.
varied and it
И
has
здесь
become at a new
надо,
level.
конечно, по
And
целому
of course,
комплексу
here on the
идентификационных
whole
параметров
complex of identification
рассматривать
parameters,
работу.
you have to look
Конечно, мы смотрим и должны
at the
смотреть на
papers,
объект
and we
исследования.
have to look at the
Вот
object of
Наталья
research.
Степановна здесь, моя
Natalia
любимая,
Stepan, my
присутствует
favorite
в
one,
эфире.
is present here.
Посмотрим на работы,
In
которые
we
посвящены
will
наукометрии.
look into
Они что
the
могут
science
изучать? Да очень много
metria.
чего.
They can
Конечно,
study
они
a lot
могут
of
изучать
things. Of
базы
course, they can
данных,
study the
платформенные
basis of the
решения,
platforms,
сервисы
solutions, and services,
информационно-аналитической
information
природы. И
analytical
если речь
nature.
в
If we
диссертации
talk
будет идти о
in the
разработке
dissertation about
методов
developing the
обработки,
methods of
группировки,
processing
аннотирования
and grouping
информации,
and
разработки
indexing of
технологий
information,
извлечения
developing
анализа
the
информации
information
в
analysis of information
больших базах данных,
and big
разработки принципов
databases, and
организации,
developing the
технологий
principle of
реализации
organizing the
систем
technology
управления
and
базами
implementation of
данных
the
и
systems
знаний,
of management of
создание
these databases,
специализированных
and creating
информационных
specialized
систем,
information
управления там
systems of
текстовыми,
management of
мультимедийными и
text,
так далее, и так
multimedia, and
далее,
whatever
данными, то, соответственно,
data.
здесь мы говорим на
So
языке
we
информатики.
talk about
Но
the
тогда,
language of
когда
informatics, but when
наукометрические
science
диссертации,
metric
посвященные наукометрии,
dissertations
будут
are
изучать
devoted to
информационные,
science
а здесь даже не
metrics
буду спорить со
and
Столяровым, в
touch
первую
upon
очередь
the
документные
information,
массивы и
and
потоки,
when they
то вот
study the
здесь
documents
уже
and the
иногда
masses of
начинают
documents, and
возникать
here we have
сомнения
some doubts
об однозначности отнесения
about
такой
the
работы
clarity of whether
либо к
this
социальным,
work should
гуманитарным, либо к
be
техническим,
attributed to technical or
технической
humanitarian
сфере.
humanities.
А если мы будем изучать
And if we
автора,
study the
ученого,
author,
создавшего результат,
the
получившего
scientist who
результат
created
интеллектуальной
such results
деятельности
of
или
this
пишущего
intellectual,
статьи,
or who is writing an article,
это тоже объект
so
наукометрических
this is
исследований.
also an object of
И это тоже суверенный
scientific
информационный объект. У меня
science
здесь нет
metric, and
никаких
it's a
сомнений.
sovereign object, and
Опять-таки,
I
в
have no
рамках
doubts about.
той научной школы, к
Within
которой я
the
принадлежу, так и
scientific
есть.
school
То
I
вот
belong
здесь
to,
отнести
it's quite clear. So,
эту работу к
to attribute
однозначно к
this work
информатике, к
to
информационным
informatics
процессам
or
шансов
information
практически нет
process
никаких.
probably
Но
they come
если
to
мы
zero.
выйдем за
But
пределы
if we go beyond
наукометрии, будем изучать
science
автора, ученого,
metrics,
авторский
and we
коллектив
study
в
the
аспекте
authors,
системы
the group
принятия
of
групповых
authors,
решений
and
в
the
науке,
team,
систем
and the
проектирования
system
объектов
of
и процессов,
design of
экспертных
objects
систем,
and
то
process,
здесь мы
expert
опять в
systems, then
информатике.
we are in
Точно
the
так же, как
informatics.
если к нам
In the same
придет
way, if we
соискатель с
come a
работой по
fellow with a
классической
work on
библиотеке,
classical
в которой
library,
он предложит
in
системы
which
принятия
he would
решений на
propose
основе
the
баз
system
данных
of
и
making
знаний,
decisions on basis of
реализующих
databases, and
имитационные модели
which
прогнозирования
implement the
изменения
imitation
материальных
models of
процессов и событий,
prognosis
то,
and
конечно, в
events. Of
информатике
course, this
мы
is
его
informatics.
обязательно будем рассматривать. Кроме того,
Apart from
обязательно
this,
я хотела бы обратить внимание тех, кто работает с
I would like to
аспирантами.
pay attention
Давайте
to those who
посмотрим
work
на
with
инструменты
our
научных исследований.
postgraduates.
Здесь мы тоже
Let's look
часто
at the tools
попадаем в
of the
ловушку,
scientific
потому что
research. Here
применение
we fall
математического
into the trap,
аппарата
but when you
вне
use the
других
mathematical
факторов, это
apparatus
тоже не
outside
маркер
other factors, it's not a
диссертации на
marker of a
технической науке.
dissertation
Разве в
of
классическом
technical sciences.
библиотековедении мы не
In a
можем применять
classical library
количественные
science,
методы?
can't we use
Ой, еще
the
как можем.
quantitative
И
methods? Of course we
применяем.
can, and we have used
Точно
them.
так же, как и в
And
рамках
in this way,
информатики, мы вполне
like with
результативно
informatics, we
применяем
quite
инструменты концептуального моделирования,
successfully
если
use
речь
the
идет,
instruments
например,
of
о разработках
conceptual
общих
modeling, and if
принципов
we
и основ
develop the general
организации
principles and a basis
информационных
of
служб. Это я вам
organization
прям
of information
кусочки из паспорта
services.
специальности
These are
зачитываю.
some bits from the passport of this
Ну и уж,
specialty.
конечно,
And
если
of
мы
course,
говорим
if we
о
talk about
наукометрическом
science
инструментарии
metric
самом по
tools
себе,
as
просто
such,
применяемым в диссертации для
only
получения
used in
результата,
dissertation
это
just to
не
get the result.
предметно
It's
для
not
обсуждения.
the
Очень
object for
хочется,
discussion.
чтобы кто-то
Of course, we
пришел
would
и сказал,
like
а я
someone to
придумал
come
новый
and
индекс.
say,
И
I've
формула
developed
его
a new
расчета
index,
вот
and the
такая.
formula to develop is this,
А не просто применил то, что
and
уже
not just
существует.
use what has already
И
existed.
в-третьих, что самое
And the third
важное,
thing, which is
это,
important,
конечно,
is of
результат
course the
тех
result
диссертационных
of the
исследований, которые мы
dissertation
видим.
research that we see.
И если мы говорим
And if we talk,
по формальным признакам рассматриваем эту
if
ситуацию,
we
то,
look at
конечно,
this
для доктора
situation
мы
and
должны
follow
видеть теоретические положения,
science, of course,
совокупность
we have to
которых
see the
мы
theoretical
классифицируем как
positions, and the
научное достижение.
totality
И здесь все
has to be
легко и просто.
classified as a
Смотрите, в
scientific
каких науках
achievement.
то, о
In what
чем вы
sciences,
пишете,
what you are
может быть
writing
научным
can
достижением.
be a scientific
Решена
achievement.
научная проблема,
If
которая
you
имеет
have
важное
resolved the
политическое,
scientific
социально-экономическое,
problem
культурное или
which
хозяйственное
has
значение,
great
выбираем,
importance, of
какое
course, we
значение имеет.
choose
И тогда все становится понятно.
which significance it has,
Ну и,
and then it
соответственно,
becomes
если мы
clear.
видим
And if we see
научно обоснованные,
scientifically
технические,
based, technical and
технологические или
technological
иные решения,
or other
то,
solutions,
соответственно,
then
мы понимаем, какое
we
решение мы
see
имеем в
what
результате.
decision we have as a
Для
result.
кандидатов наук приблизительно
For
то же
candidates of
самое.
sciences, it's
И
the
в
same
заключение мне
as for the
хотелось бы
doctors. And in
обратить
closing, I
внимание
would like to draw your
на
attention
практическую
to the
ориентированность
practical
нашего сегодняшнего
orientedness of
разговора.
today's
Не просто так
conversation.
мы об этом говорим.
It's not just
Для
for fun that we are
проектирования
talking.
библиотеки
To
следующего
design a
поколения
library of the next
она
generation,
совсем, наверное, будет другой все
it's going
И
probably to be different.
то, что я вижу, то, что
And what
делают
I
наши
see
э,
when our
коллеги, конечно,
colleagues are
они
doing, of course,
в правильном направлении
they are
движутся.
moving in the
Но
right
если мы
direction.
хотим,
But
чтобы
if we want
это действительно было
this,
то, что мы видим, здесь мало разговоров и мало полетов
what we
фантазии.
see, and
Необходимо говорить о
it's
создании
very little
организационных
conversation.
условий,
We need to
которые
talk
будут
about creating
целесообразны для движения
organizational
вперед. И,
conditions that
во-первых,
would
организационных условий
coincide
для
with this
научно-исследовательской
movement, and
деятельности
organizing
и
the
разработки
conditions
ученых,
for research
коллективов,
and work of
организаций
teams of
разного
researchers
подчинения.
of different
Возможность создания совместных проектных групп и коллективов ученых.
management.
Если
And
гуманитарные научные
if
задачи, как правило, решаются в
humanities
одиночку,
and humanitarian
то
problems are
масштабные
solved
неокры в
by one
информатике
person,
это, как правило,
but
работа коллективная. И вот здесь для
other
нас принципиально
things and
важно
other
их
problems may need a
выстраивать
team
и их
approach, and it's
закреплять
important
как
for us to develop them and to secure
разработки в
them
определенных науках.
to develop
Во-вторых,
in some
когда мы говорим
sciences.
о
And
поддержке и
secondly, when we talk
доступности
about the
системы
support and
информационного
availability of
обеспечения научных
information
исследований и разработок
provision
в
or
библиотечной
for
информационной сфере, в
for
том
the
числе
research,
информационно-ресурсной
it's
базы,
information
депозитарии
resource base,
научных исследований,
depository,
банков аналитической информации,
bank of analytical information.
Вот вы понимаете, вот мы даже
So you
сегодня
see,
говорим о том,
even today
чтобы
we are
это было
talking
для кого-то, но
these
сами остаемся сапожниками
for
без сапог. У
something,
нас у
but we
самих очень
are
такого
like
нет. Того, что мы делаем для физики, для
cobblers
медицины,
without
для всех
shoes,
остальных,
and
вот для себя у нас,
whatever we do for medicine, for
ну,
other sciences,
ну
but
есть
for
немножко,
ourselves,
да,
we
но не
yeah, we
так, как
have a little bit,
хотелось бы.
but not
Ну и,
as much
конечно,
as
это
we would
создание
like to. And of course,
материально-технической
this
базы,
developing the material
и это
technical
предмет
base,
особого
and
разговора,
this
в котором
is
бы я
a
хотела
subject
всех
for a
пригласить.
new
Потому что
and
у нашей науки
important
свои
conversation,
полигоны,
because in
свои
our
лаборатории,
science
свои
we have our
экспериментальные
own
базы,
a
очень
library,
особенные, очень
laboratories, very
необычные. И
specific,
для нас
very
большие данные–
unusual,
это наша
and for us, big
традиционность,
data is our
информационное
traditionality,
моделирование– это наша
and
повседневность,
traditional
а
modeling is
цифровая
our everyday
гуманитаристика– это
life,
тот
and
утренний кофе, который
motoristics
мы с
is the
вами
morning coffee
завтра
that
будем
we
обязательно
will
пить
have
в нашей
tomorrow
научной
in
деятельности.
our scientific
Поэтому с учетом
activities.
особенностей
So taking into
финансирования
account
нашей
all
сферы, это
these
крайне актуальный
peculiarities
вопрос,
of
и я
funding of our
приглашаю
sphere,
вас
it's
обязательно
quite
его
important,
всем
and
обсудить.
let's discuss
Ну,
it.
а что нам необходимо и что мы
But
должны
what we
обеспечить
need and what we have
сегодня,
to provide today,
сейчас себе и
now
молодым
and for
ученым,
us and
которые
for
будут
our
за
young
нами следом и вместе с
scientists,
нами,
and together
зависит
with
от
us,
того, как
it
мы ответим
depends
на вопрос,
on
кто
how
вы,
we answer
технари
the
или
question, who
гуманитарии.
are we,
Но
the
это вопрос, который
humanitarians or
практически
the
останется без
technicians?
ответа.
But
Спасибо
this
большое за
is going to
внимание.
be without answer, I'm afraid. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natalia Viktorovna. It was very interesting. Of course, your interdisciplinary discourse is very clear, like on different shelves, and yeah, that was quite interesting. But I would like to say that we can do everything, but the question is. The question is with dissertation and expert council, they have lots of questions to us and they have lots of problems. So how do we go with them? How to agree on all of these? We have to think about this, yeah, in our
Формальные
community.
рамки всегда служат самым
So
большим
the framework
барьером.
is the barrier, yes.
Ну, как говорил мой коллега,
But like
наш
my colleague
прекрасный
told
информатик
our
Декарт
good
Арсенович
information,
Аветисян,
Descartes Avetisian,
на то и выбрали научный
so
путь, на то и
So you
захотели
have chosen
заглянуть
the
выше, чем
scientific path.
другие,
You
чтобы
wanted to
потом
look
иметь
further and higher,
очень много проблем, которые
to have
сегодня
more problems. Yeah, yeah. So we will have to suffer more, but we are ready for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, look at the situation. At 12:30, there will be shutdown of the system. So now we have time only for one presenter, for our participant. I think, Ekaterina Sana, we will give the floor to Natalia Stepanovna. Yes, Natalia Stepanovna Redькina. I think she is already.
Отделом научных исследований открытой науки, государственной публичной научно-технической.
Head of Research Library, Siberian branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences from Novosibirsk. She'll talk about library. Natalia Stepanovna. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I do hope that you can hear me. Thank you. I am very happy to see you all and participate in this very meaningful event. It is true that it is so varied and so useful, both for practitioners and theoreticians. I wanted to start with ideas of a French researcher, Joliot Ferry, who said that science is the main element combining the source of people scattered across the globe. And this is one of the highest achievements. It is true that science is power. And from one point of view, open science is double force. We understand today that information ecosystem of open science is developing quickly. There's a process of its transformation through the introducing of strategy of open access in research institutions of the world. We have new initiatives of research funds, publishing houses, which develop new business models of access to content in the open access. And the movement of open access in this or that way changes the whole format of information ecosystem, despite the fact that, of course, today we have different obstacles on the way to open science. That's additional cost, quite often lack of understanding from the researchers or administrative bodies. Sometimes it's unpreparedness and lack of knowledge about available services. However, if we look at this taxonomy, we will see that practically all elements of open source in this or that way are developing actively. While we're talking about open access, open data, and evaluation and policies and tools themselves and many other things. All that affects the appearance of new initiatives, global initiatives, which unite the researchers across the globe. We see a huge amount of new resources, which formerly probably were not known to non-specialists outside of library field. And there is more and more people who follow the tendency towards open data. And we see that 70% of the people surveyed probably will use open data. 79% of researchers support the requirement to provide open access to primary research. And of course, there is analytics telling that if researcher provides primary data, then the article would have a higher quotation index. Talking about the development of resources, let me give you one example of information analytical program, a dimension system, which tells us that already 1/3 of resources is present in open access. It's different types. If we are looking at the distribution, then we will see that a huge amount of funding organizations, sponsors, and programs in this or that way are funded by the publication of open access. The data for the 13th of October 22 tells us that these are both research funds, Chinese, American, Canadian, and from many other countries. By all means, there is a question of Russia, how Russia is represented in open access. Here, the situation follows the main trends of global community. If we look at affiliation of the categories of publication and open access, a database of Scopus beginning from 2012 till today, and then we'll see a dynamic growth of the share of publications in the open access by Russian researchers. In addition, is the ratings of the leading universities of the world. We do see a pretty high share of publications in the open access. Though if we see the total number of publications, the Harvard University is an absolute leader. Talking about the share of publication, we have other leaders. This is London College University, where the publications are practically 90%. Talking about Russian universities, they too are listed in the rating. 11 universities of Russia, which are listed in international ratings, also give evidence of a very high index of openness of publications, publishing houses. What is it related with? It's related to the activity of publishing houses. I can give you by way of an example, well-known publishing house, PLOS, publishing open access magazines, and it recommends to the authors who plan to publish in those magazines, recommends them the policy of openness of data, which allows to repeated analysis, editing, validation, reinterpretation, and inclusion in meta-analysis, ensure reproducibility of research, ensure archiving of data, decrease the load to authors, and of course, quote and connect the data of research and the articles, which increases their visibility and ensures recognition of the authors, producers of data, and their curators. We should know that in the modern informational ecosystem of open science, a very important role, to my mind, belongs to research funds and funding organizations and the publishers and research and educational organizations and libraries. Even though there is an opinion that the open science violates the status quo of research libraries, it is true that we do not know where is the place of a library in interaction in open access between a researcher and research data. But to my mind, I'm quite sure that this place is available, bearing in mind how difficult it is today to understand this whole dynamics of the open access. Sometimes the researchers face the problems both with providing data and meeting conditions of publishing houses and research funds. Why we are talking about the libraries? Because the library always worked with the help in finding resources, monitoring resources, consultation, navigation, education. And here we should agree with the published opinion of our colleagues that the library is present in this system, informational ecosystem, because most of the open mode publication, open access publication is unavailable in Yahoo, Google, and other drivers, search drivers. Information competence is required for that. In addition, the open access storage has a wider spectrum, wider range of information compared to other sources, data, pictures, video, reports, and so on. There is a significant contribution of libraries in the processing of different types of information. And bearing in mind that the libraries are searching for alternatives and, of course, open access, particularly for Russian libraries today, is a possibility to offer a wider range of valuable content, even under restrictions conditions. The libraries are very actively working with different types of sources of information. We are working with 3D models, photographics, video, multimedia, with data and web archiving. And all that is reflected in information resources generated by libraries. Very important is the fact that we pay attention to management system of research data. Here, we may help at all stages of the life cycle of data, beginning from collection, storage, processing, documenting of data, access to them, publication, quotation, and repeated use. Of course, today in the libraries, we have the so-called new librarians. They are data stewards, data manager, curators, content curators, co-investigators, collaborators, knowledge engineers. By all means, those specialists must have new skills and knowledge. And in that context, we already have some achievements, some developments of our colleagues. I can give you this example that it is necessary to have open science skills. Those hard skills were related to the knowledge about resource-based civil science, researchers, and many other areas. By all means, we should also remember about soft skills, the interpersonal competence. If librarians are interacted with researchers, academicians, it is very important to have them. Librarians today already may work in all schools of open science. There are several publications on that from the point of view that a librarian can work in pragmatic, infrastructural, civil, democratic, measuring schools of research. In each area, there is a vector for library development. Summing up, I'm not mentioning the skill. If we sum up the role and functions of research libraries, we may identify the following trends: the role of library in promotion of open science, collaboration and development of policy and roadmaps, providing open access, management of research data, providing support and infrastructural exchange of articles and data, assistance in production and exchange of knowledge with institutional research, participation in development and management of open access, again, including institutional repositories, organization of information search and analysis of data and information under the conditions of intensively development information environment, development of tools and services of support of open science, creating platforms for the wide use of data and metadata services, which we mentioned already today, in the space of collective work, digitalization and development, advice and information support by the types of open access. Many people find difficulties in finding their way, even in IT specialists there, organization of seminars and practical trainings, the courses of informational literacy, which were mentioned before, development of new types of analytical products for making management decisions in research, health metrics, and science metrics, and so on, providing services to the readers and users, helping navigation, joint work in building libraries in research process, use of digital structures and the systems, and the introduction of open science paradigm. I believe that given that approach, we may move from the role of facilitators to active participants in creating, distribution, exchange, and promotion of information and data. In that area, I wanted to point to the new discourse. This is Library for Open Science, a thematic website which has been created as part of our research project. Our target audience is librarians and researchers. This is a new resource. We are still in process of updating it, but you already may get some information and advice. They get some methodological materials for librarians. We are already offering some web services, information resources, and navigation guidance for data management and other information materials. Why have we set up this? We are librarians and researchers. We can work and plan to work both with researchers and librarians. Our goal is to create high quality information product with a set of consulting services for providing our own research and navigation in open access research. We have started similar projects in Russia and in the world, and we can, with our own efforts, create this platform. We're using different channels to fill the site with the content. Today, our strategic task, our strategic plan is the development of the system of information support, library of open science. This is a multifunctional platform targeted towards the development of ICT open science platform to support the processes of management of research content, providing open access to knowledge, information culture of researchers, and improvement of professional competences of librarians. We plan to organize webinars, seminars on our web platform. The platform, from in our mind, would contribute to promotion of initiatives in the open access. We are going to provide new services and those types of research that we are involved in. We are also make them available, and we plan meta-oriented education to both researchers and librarians. I invite everybody to cooperation in that area. I believe that it has high potential despite everything, and quite practically oriented. I thank you for your attention. That's about it.
Спасибо огромное, Наталья.
Thanks a lot, Natalia Stepanovna, for this wonderful and very quick presentation. I do hope that the translators could cope with the speed of information. We have 15 minutes more before we are cut off. So I wanted to ask Ekaterina Vasilyevna, probably we will ask, maybe in the remaining time, we may have question and answer session. Maybe people wanted to clarify something, because I did not want to place another speaker in a position or being in a hurry. We may hear a lot and understand a lot and tell a lot, not just superficially, but with some depth. Maybe some of you have questions to Natalia Stepanovna or the previous speakers.
Okay, please. I would like to ask you a question to Valentina Vladimirovna. Since we are together with you working in the same direction in terms of information culture, information literacy, so what about more close cooperation in terms of preparation of our specialists and probably conducting some mutual joint activities and developing this information infrastructure of open science? That's a kind of a proposal. Natalia Stepanovna, please don't speak too fast. I'm thinking about the interpreters, and so they have to do it simultaneously. Valentina Vladimirovna, maybe I have a question on emotional move to Natalia Viktorovna. Dear colleagues, what is the problem? We very often hear the question, what has to be the library of the future? And the last time it was asked like a couple of days ago, 4 days ago, at the human resources partnership done by Youth Library. Every time I start with the phrase that this is incorrect question, because libraries, they are different and they have different target audiences. And if we only talk about accessible open libraries, these are one models. But if we talk about scientific libraries, like what we are discussing today and in presentation of Natalia Viktorovna, Natalia Stepanovna, these are a different story. And now I won't say I'm tragic about this, but still, being a representative of the School of Technical Bibliography and being an alumni of a technical department, because back in 1962 in St. Petersburg, we had a chair of library service, of scientific and technical profile, the chair of technical literature, because the Ministry of Culture understood how important this was, how important block of libraries. And so now, of course, we are trying to keep this profile of information and provision of the professional activities. But our students our applicants, they are so interested by this new vector of development of open libraries that they quite they enjoy having activities, making these videos and place them in social media and lots of advertisements. But for something more serious, it's very difficult to motivate them or to channel them. So these are just like individual cases, and I am really scared. Ekaterina said about this at the very beginning about the museum workers. In museums, everybody wants to play, everybody wants to enjoy and entertain. This tendency scares me because, of course, we can read lectures by dancing and we can develop textbook as comics, but this dimension is our, and I am boundlessly grateful to our colleagues for your presentation. And of course, we are going to try to keep this, maybe some individual cases, but still grow these, like, grains.
Если можно, я два слова к
So,
выступлению
if you
Валентины
allow
Владимировны.
me, two
Тогда,
words to
когда мы
respond to
говорим
Valentina
про
Vladimirovna.
научные
When we talk
библиотеки,
about
мы говорим не
scientific
только
libraries,
про
we are
те
talking not
библиотеки,
only
которые
libraries that
научно-технические.
are
Ведь
technical, scientific, technical
когда мы
libraries.
видим
When
целый пласт
we see a
обслуживания
a
специалистов в
whole
гуманитарной
layer
сфере,
of
мы тоже понимаем, что это
servicing
тоже
to
не
specialists in
общедоступная
humanitarian, but
библиотека.
these are
Это
not
тоже
public access
особые инструменты, особые ресурсы и
libraries.
все
These are special
остальное.
resources and
И,
all
к
the things
сожалению,
related to
вот,
this. But
казалось бы,
unfortunately,
наша отрасль, она должна
our
быть
field, our
таким
branch
специалистам быть более
has to
открытой.
be more
Но,
open to such
увы,
specialists.
мы
But
здесь тоже
unfortunately,
не
no,
видим
we
этих
don't see
возможностей.
these
И
opportunities
поэтому
here.
вот все,
And
что связано
so
с
whatever what relates
обеспечением
to the
науки,
provision
для нас
of
сегодня вот
science,
принципиальный
for us,
вопрос, и
it's quite
только на
a
Наталью
principal
Степановну уповаем.
question, and only we
Если
look
честно.
to Natalia Stepanovna. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. I am an acting teacher of Novosibirsk State Pedagogical University. I conduct a couple of courses, and the topic with open science, it's quite easily builds into these courses. We talk not only about scientific libraries, we talk about open educational resources. Look at a repository of data where you could see Spitzer in the universe, and when you see the morphology of fish, you could use in all sorts of presentation for teaching purposes, of course. This extending of the spectre of information resources, I think you have to make an emphasis on this. And of course, new forms and methods of information supervision of scientific activities, and not only scientific and educational activities, this broadens, and I think you can draw attention to this, and not only dance. The information function has to be performed by libraries. This is one of the primary functions for any library, irrespective whether it's scientific or public, and so the competencies in terms of information basis for future specialists and for current specialists is very important. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? May I add something as a comment? It turns out that in 2019 I was the member of the Library on Public Sciences, and I started to communicate with my colleagues with different from different countries, and they deal with similar problems what we are discussing now. And Natalia Stepanovna quoted one of our members of this permanent committee, Jennifer Watts. Well, in fact, the real awareness among the people who work in our section or in the section of libraries on sciences, there's not enough theoretical basis, and in the international community there's not enough publications of such conversations, that I would like to express special thanks to the organizers that we still have our discussion not only in the Russian but also in English. And I think we shouldn't be shy and we should promote our knowledge and our developments on the international level. Ekaterina Sanna, thank you very much for your comment. I think we are going to round up. I would just like to say a couple of words to finish this off so that before the shutdown. Yeah, so we have a program to follow. So I request all our participants of our sections keep in touch, and so that you could be available when it's your turn or when you want to ask a question. So Alexander Sergeyevich Karaush has not specified here the time of his presentation, and so far we don't have Vladimir Vladimirovich Pislyakov. So right after the break, we will have Serbina Galina Nikolaevna. She will present 3 authors, and her topic is from mapping as a new tool for bibliographic analysis of the scientific field. And then I ask you to relax in these 30 minutes, and we get back together in about half an hour. Ekaterina Vasilyevna, shall we go using this link? I think yes, we don't have anyone. Okay, so thank you very much, and we'll see you after the break, after half an hour. Yeah, thank you very much. It was very interesting. Thank you. Thanks to everyone.
Это что такое? Время сколько осталось?
Deputy Director of Research Library of Tomsk State University, and two co-authors together with her. Alexey Baryshev, a senior researcher. I apologize, assistant professor, and senior researcher of the Center of Applied Analysis of Big Data. And Valeria Viktorovna, candidate of science, assistant professor of Roman Germanic philology. We are all attention. Thank you. We wanted to thank you for the possibility to participate in the conference, to share with you what we have done in Tomsk and how we see the development of a library, specifically university and research library. My presentation will be about those areas of development. I will say a few words about the fact that this is a summary reported out two branches of research library, and we have very good collaboration with the Center of Big Data Applied Analysis of Tomsk State University. Together with the colleagues, we developed software for the library application, and we have a cyber audience, a cyber class in research library, and research in library activities. This is a very wide area. In the beginning, I will describe the research problems to evaluate the research activities of the university. I will have synonyms, research and university library. I would show possible approaches that we are using. And this is systematic analysis, bibliometric network analysis, and mapping of values. And I will analyze certain future potential. If we are talking about search of data by research publications, we know that the researcher goes to Scopus, enters the keywords and starts a search. If he needs to make a review of literature for a researcher for an article, and the results that he will see on the first page, he starts working with them. In the same way, for instance, a librarian works when he receives a request and analyzes manually that information which they have. What is the problem here? The problem is that using the example, we have this picture from Scopus, a specific field of research of well-being papers. We have introduced restrictions, social science limited our search, and we saw that the number of publications available in Scopus have increased 2 times, almost double. And of course, it is impossible to analyze it manually. Therefore, we developed a new approach how we can analyze this research area at the macro level in order to cover the materials which were not captured by this search request and to provide a map of results. And in this way, we have this institutionalized systemic reviews of journal publications. And this is particularly popular in technical social sciences. And we have a demand for those who is going to synthesize knowledge and provide some generalized picture. Magazines for this review, guidelines. We have a new area of research which is dedicated to systemic analysis of literature. And at the same time, we have all the emerging additional protocols for analysis of those areas. Recently, we also have, which is also important, some ways of search of the necessary literature, which simplifies the procedure, and you do not have to review 1,500 publications. You may adjust, fine-tune the machine, and it will provide a sample for required parameters. Very briefly about the main characteristics of this systematic automatic review system. If I refer to a certain source, then you may see the reference below. Systemic review, if it is performed according to the rules, it has its own standards, protocols which are used, and very clearly formulated request, targets, conditions of the search, which are prescribed criteria of quality evaluation, related data, and ensuring available results. And this is one approach with which we may work. Quite often it is not used, and a little bit later I will talk about it. Second approach is social network analysis in Science of Science. I have provided an example, most typical example. This is a study of performance of a research organization, university or research organization, for them to be able to understand their ranking in the system of peer organizations, when on the basis of data of the article, we perform an analysis of some area or some organization. And it seems to me most interesting when we see it in a temporal cross-section or the position within the discipline. By way of an example, I will give you a case with which we are working. We did not analyze an organization. We analyzed a research field, online charitable charity, which is developed in our center. We have taken bibliographic information of 100 articles from Scopus. We attached to them uploaded the lists of literature and of 100 articles, 3,500 notes. The notes are the articles themselves in one case, in the second, the authors. And for each article, we have a certain amount of information. We required keywords, list of authors and affiliations. The methods are also listed here, and what we have. First of all, we may build a network of co-authorship, and we may see a picture in general by the area. First of all, we may identify the authors' collectives, and we may do it on the basis of additional characteristics, which we are creating the number of articles, and we may identify key authors. If we may identify them more or less easily. The additional analysis would allow us to find the so-called gatekeepers, the authors who have most links between the groups of authors. This may help us to reach some other researcher, a theory of 6 handshakes. And we use metrics of neutrality here, so we may perform the analysis of research field, identify our own position in it, and identify those authors which are required. What else can be done? We may identify a network of commonly started sources. We're using keywords from publications, see how often they are found together, what words are used in this picture. You may see we may identify thematic clusters, identify the keywords which are most often used, and also get some understanding of what is going on now or over the past 5 years or throughout the history of development of that discipline, what is interesting for the researchers. And it also has some applied importance to understand what key words for the article of a researcher with greatest probability allow us to promote it in the search engine. If we find fundraising, background funding, or altruism, we may use them and add to the article the words which match the criteria. What we get as a result, we map the studied area, we get the thematic description of the area, identify key authors from the obvious to non-obvious, and identified other relevant articles which are not seen on the surface. What is the subject of analysis in the social sciences? We must analyze not articles but meanings, and we produce maps or fields of research. The problem is that unlike the so-called hard sciences, narrow disciplines or technical objects, the meaning of some objects, phenomena, is quite often vague. And the different papers and different articles, they may be identified differently, have different names, and because of that, we may not have this uniform reviews on social sciences, because it would be very difficult to set limits to this or that term. What can be done? Two examples of what we are working at now. First is the mapping of a discourse on the basis of identification of essences, again referring to bibliographic information in the article. We are working not only with the keywords, we're taking titles, abstracts, we identify the essences which are relevant to the topic, charity here, and here we have to work with philologists. Our third co-author is a philologist, and we identify the roots of the words and similar words. And with those words or similar words, we build the entities which are found in those articles or publications. In that way, we add the meaning by frequency of occurrence, how often they are met together, and we may map the discourse in research field of some area. And the third case, also a little more into the insight, when we take the journals on a specific subject, again, we are looking by the root morphe, and we are interested, for instance, here we have text on entrepreneurship. We identify the entities, not keywords, but the notions, and we see the interconnection, and we refer to the help of experts on that subject, and we build this type of a map. It looks rather complicated, but it's quite interesting. Now, let me explain it a little bit. We have axis, temporal axis, and axis which were set by an expert in the subject. These are the different approaches to entrepreneurship, and these axes are duplicated, the approaches are duplicated on the temporal characteristics, and to each temporal interval, we add our own notions, our own clusters, and in this way we understand how the researchers in that field of study thought, beginning from 71 in this case, and what is the trend by the present time. Without going into details about this picture, we may see that at first entrepreneurship was treated as a function, and then the role of entrepreneurial function goes to the background, and we get the attitude towards entrepreneurship as practice, its other terminology, different approach. Naturally, we may not say that we could stop here, and we see the following potential for the study. If we are talking about the field of analysis of research field, we must form the protocols for systemic reviews for social sciences, taking into account the specifics which exists there between the social objects, and we presume that the people would be ousted from the direct processes of search. It would be more done by machine intellect, and Humans probably will be involved in something else, in writing codes for software or something else. And automation of this activity on the basis of AE and machine learning technologies. What does it mean for research university library? For us, it means new services which we may provide to researchers if we're taking this approach, our own new role in the organization of support for university support organization of our own research, and examples how it can be done, what services can be provided are also listed here. This is a comprehensive analysis of research field. This is identification of obvious and non-obvious authors and texts, determination of promising potentially magazines for publication. Right now, it is not quite obvious that they will develop. This is assessment of organization development. This is also an area for bibliometric area. And this is the search for promising research areas and search for collaborations. So this is the potential open to us by the approach to a library as a participant of a research process by means of the big data analysis. And this is what I wanted to wind up my presentation here. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thanks a lot. It was very interesting. I have a question. Tell me, please, you have introduced your colleagues. What is your basic education? I'm a sociologist. And this is very interesting. Sociologist, philologist, and an economist. I have also one more question. You have demonstrated map for entrepreneurship. You have everything in English there. What is the explanation for that? Why is it in English? You have taken it as a demonstration case or what? Why? Why is it in English? This is related to the fact that our first of data was Scopus. It is all in English and we worked with the Scopus data. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's very, very interesting methodology and very required today and very important. Thanks a lot. So a big plus mentally for your work, for your working with these techniques and methodology, very useful for the future. Do other participants have questions to the speaker, if possible? I have a question in continuation of Ekaterina Vasilievna's idea. Galina, do you believe it is possible to organize this type of research on the basis of Russian language databases? Yes, by all means. I could have mentioned it. This specifics totally depends on us, on the requirements of the user. And we may work with the Russian language sources at the level of the keywords. Probably we cannot go deeply into the content because of the specifics of the Russian language. We need to work more on it. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? No. Thanks a lot. It was very nice to listen to you. It's very interesting when people are involved in some interesting and innovative processes and are successful in that. Dear
colleagues, like I told you, so now we have, so I don't see this person, Pislяков Vladimirovich. Vladimir is here in the room. So now he is going to come to the podium. PhD in Physics and Mathematics, Vice Director, Library, HSE University, Moscow, from Russia, with a poetic with a poetic name, by algebra to harmony, science and education in the higher education establishment. So I beg your pardon, I would like to say to invite the next one, Klaban Alexey Vitalyevich, so that he has time to go down and do whatever he needs to get ready. Alexey Vitalyevich, can you hear me?
Владимир Владимирович, слушаем вас очень внимательно.
Vladimir Vladimirovich, the floor is yours.
Что-то с микрофоном, да?
Something's wrong with the mic.
Он у нас в первой части нашего заседания скрипит.
So there was some kind of funny noise from it in the first half of our... Okay. Okay, hello, dear colleagues. Like Harms used to write. So 6 people went on hunting and only 4 came back. And so after the coffee break, there are less people. So welcome the audience. My name is Vladimir Pislyakov. I work in the library of the Higher School of Economy. I graduated from MTFE. And so this is it used to be called FOPF. So one of the main organizers of this conference, and I am grateful to the organizers who gave me the opportunity to make a speech here. And so I had, in the previous years, there was a different organizer. Okay, so this is it. Okay, can we go to the next slide? How do we do this? Okay, here it goes. Dear colleagues, I have a presentation about the statistics of the use of electronic library resources. And so I will start with, there are different information production processes. The first process is the process of reading, when the sources are the scientists, and items, the products that they are producing, are the read articles. In this, the process is reading. And then the scientists publish their articles somewhere, and here you have 2 more processes, citing other articles and references and links from the works of colleagues. So we will deal with the first from these processes, the process of reading. And thanks to the fact that we have a lot of people from the librarian community, although the conference is devoted to the joining together the Humanities and Sciences, which was shown in the previous, brilliantly in the previous presentation. And so I would make a reservation. What is considered reading when we talk about the statistics of the use? It's not about reading of offline books. It's not about reading of just internet, and not reading academic internet, which is in the open field. We are going to talk about the statistics of the use of subscription electronic librarian resources, which like electronic subscriptions in the libraries. I'm trying to emphasize that we have a unique resource in our libraries, which is not present like in any physicist. Our resources are more precious and they cost more. These are a lot of people who produce information in terms of reading, which we can process later on. We are the owners of a factory to produce a library as a factory. It's a factory of ideas, but it's actually a factory of production of scientific data. These are the scientific data about how and what people read in online librarian sources, and what we have at hand, and that we have access to this work. And thousands and 10,000s of people come for free and they produce these statistics. This is invaluable resource for a scientific research. If we calculate the statistics, what should we calculate? The aim of our report is to show how many things we could get and analyze and draw conclusions from online reading of electronic subscription resources. But to identify something, you have to understand something, and it has to be reasonable, and it has to be analyzable, from which you could draw conclusions, correct conclusions. So it all started from mix up in the parameters. Like you can calculate any actions of users. You can count sessions. You can count unique users. For example, if the same person accesses the site several times, so you count him as one. So all these kind of proprietary analysis of statistics, the system which a vendor would create for himself. And then you can count the time on the resource. But in fact, now there are, especially in our country, there are resources that calculate and count this. But my comment is that you can spend a lot of time in the resource, but not read anything, like when you forgot to switch off your browser. And you can analyze open articles. At least we know that the person opened this article. Whether he read or not, of course, we do not know. But in automatic notifications that mail was delivered, there was a funny phrase that your electronic message was delivered, but whether it was read and understood, we don't know. So here we can only judge that the person opened an article. Whether he went further than the first page, it's not technically possible, and in many, it's not possible in many systems. Open books, a book as a whole, it's also a parameter, and if the book is divided into chapters, not in terms of content, but from its technical presentation in the electronic resource, then you can calculate the chapters as well. When we started to talk about standardization of statistics and of electronic resources, then only the last three survived. They are mostly used, and they are a part of standardization. This is a format of presenting produced by Project Counter. It's 20th anniversary of this project. The first release was in 2002. Counter is the short in counting online usage of internet resources. Why? For us, researchers of library world, of social researchers with mathematic methods of and the use of the social process of the use of information. So we need this in the first place to compare the different resources and databases of information between each other, to compare them. And secondly, so that we could add different parameters received from different resources. Why do we need this? So that we could use our electronic stock, our electronic subscription, we could view as a single whole information massive and how much was used and opened in our massive. If otherwise we wouldn't be able to calculate all the different parameters. Further on, in the latest release, like this is the relevant release, the actual of the counter standard, there are two main divisions. The first of them is the difference between the investigations and requests. In this standard, each system calculates how many readers and tutors, how much he or she was interested from this or another resource. To have interest, you see some things mentioned like opened annotation, preface, or a chapter of a book. Used the link to link resolver. It's to search the full text of the document in a different database. Whether has seen, viewed the cited references, used as a reference to order on the MBA, of a book or an article of this document. So he showed some interest, but didn't get to its full content, or have seen some resources like Gestor. They show only the first page of any article, irrespective of your subscription, just to view. So these are investigations. This showing interest for some document, and then aggregated based on the documents. It shows the interest to some books or publishing houses and topics. And there is a deeper interest of user towards the resources. It's the request of the full text of this or that document. This is like view HTML, full view TPF or PDF or pub. Or if we talk about some resource which Jovi, resource of video documents, this is the watch the whole video, the full file with video. So this division is clearly noted in this standard, like to differentiate between just peeping into the document or fully opening and working with it. Further on, to count something, you have not only the format but also technical abilities to understand this. So in the counter standard, it's very clearly stipulated. I just took some lines, and each resource which supports this standard, they have to annul the double clicks. Double clicks is when you open a PDF file. It happens like you see that it's been loading for a long time, and then you press the same PDF file in the electronic resource, or SDF or Spring Link or JStory. So in fact, from the sense, you've done one action, you've opened one document, but technically the system saw that you clicked it 2 times. So these times of clicks should be not counted, and should be brought to a single click action. So if the same file is opened in 10:01 or 10:01:29, it should be 1 click. And if it's like with a difference of 6 hundredths of a second, these are 2 clicks. And so this is the standard. And so many foreign resources are supporting this standard. So they have audit on this topic, like auditors come and conduct all these auditing actions and see how the system calculated like with the difference of 29 or 35 seconds. Maybe it's 28 plus seconds could be forgiven. So there are some some leeways between the limits. And the second similar thing, it's opening the same document, full text, let's call it full text, within the same session. For example, you open some article and then you went to write something in the Word. From this article, then you came back to this article, and you went somewhere in the browser and you came back to this article. So if this happens within one session, your user session, you didn't close the browser, you didn't reboot the computer, you didn't. So the system will count as many times you open this, but this would be in the total. But there is a parameter unique for the same actions. In the unique parameter, your actions would be opening the document, because from the use of the database for you used it within one document. And now we recommend to use the unique format. The database producers are not very happy, or the libraries, because when you come from total to unique, you lose about 25% of statistics. So these parameters are about 25%. It depends on the database. And I will explain one of the examples in the standard which is given. Why it's so important? Because there are some resources which, if you open an article from the results of the search, you have abstract and the full text in HTML. So you've opened everything, and both abstract and the full, and your request has been completed. But if you decide to look at the article and you press the PDF in the PDF format, in the total it's going to be 2 different openings, and in unique it's going to be 1, because formally you've watched the same full text in 2 different formats. I'm telling you all of this to raise our librarian industry, to show, like, with a clinical preciseness we come to the counting of statistics of use of the resources. So what do we get from all of this? We will have some pictures from the Higher School of Economics library, how we analyze the statistics and how we present it. So these are the data on the year of 2021, and here you see the function additivity, which is provided by the counter format, so we could see how many resources which support this format how many articles were read in a year, and so it's slightly over 1 million of articles. And then we try to show in an attractive way to a person who does not listen to such lectures from beginning to the end. It's like out of 1 million, is it a lot? Or if we print this out, it's like a pile of books. It's like a Ostankino TV tower. It's if it's printed on the both sides of the page, and it's not like Ostankino. It is stored somewhere. It was open not every article in every magazine, so that's quite a lot, and this has to affect everyone and those who are making financial decisions. And the dynamics of this, it has grown, and then we want to present it, whether it's a lot or not. So it's like from a joke, and there's 1 million of articles, and we have that, like, every postgraduate or officer or a teacher or a student or administration of the university, like everyone in the university, has read 18 full text articles from electronic resources over a year. It's more than 1 article per month, and it's like for every person. Or we can say that, like, every 30 seconds a full text from our subscription is opened. It's about 60 full texts will be opened when I am telling you this. Is it a lot or not? And it's like every 30 seconds. Like for a year, it's every 30 seconds. And quite recently on systematic reviews on Cochrane, the presentation, I have heard that Cochrane reviews, these are medical systematic reviews, they are cited every 6 seconds. Citing is a little bit more complicated process than reading, and so I was impressed. But this is the use in the world. So what do I press? Yes, okay, I understand this. Okay, you don't see this. The warning from the system. So you have a screen, and probably because of that, there is something about you have to press the button. I understand. Okay, on the next slide.
Да, спасибо.
Thank you very much. There is a second quality of the standard. It's good when you can, when it's everything standardized, then you can use this another quality. You can compare different resources. So here's the picture on that topic about the yearly use of the Higher School of Economics. So JSTOR, and Science Direct, it's through the national subscription. So this is from national subscription. So, you know, there is a national subscription and then it's a private subscription. So, of course, so you can draw different conclusions based on this. And another comparison, you can understand this 1 million, is it a lot or not, if you look at the statistics.
В России. Ну, здесь, конечно, выбраны специально два ресурса, где мы...
So we have a couple of resources where we are in the first place. In all the electronic resources we are leading. Annual reviews, for example, we use like times more than Moscow State University. Taylor and Francis, we are one of the leaders of using these publishers. I've chosen the reference to Fistia. It's in the first top 5 users and in the top 8 in the second one. And so the comment is Taylor and Francis. It's not a surprise that Fistia is not among the first ones because it's a social database, so it's like 50-50. But we like this resource very much. We have to look at the statistics from the financial point of view. So this is the dodecahedron. This is one of the facets of our presentation. So the money. So you have to look at how much you paid for this resource and how much you opened. And since they show you additive statistics, you can bring together several resources and you can check the total cost and you could measure how much you use them. So I've explained what's written here. And so on the average for one article, we paid 48 rubles. Whether it's a lot or not, there is some kind of milestone. One of the research shows statistics about other universities. So $1 from an international university is already a good parameter. So we are much better than that. So if you look at how much the article costs at different so the price is low here because now it's more than $50 per article. So if you had to pay without the subscription. Further on, another interesting facet, it's difficult to analyze, but I here come to the data which were not got from the statistics, but from our proxy server. The remote access is the analysis of the trends in your organization, library, higher education institution are more developing and require more information support and are using this information support. So here we have the faculties, and so these are the number of hits. Open articles are not very different from this in terms of statistics from the social sciences faculty or humanitarian sciences faculty. So here it's important for us that lawyers are using electronic resources very much, and these are not normalized per number of students in the faculty, because when we resolve the issue, what are we buying, what are they are going to buy, we need the gross parameters which show not only the activity of each readers and also the total number of readers. So further on, finally, the title results, what are most read in terms of journals and magazines. It's for 2021. These are the top 5 magazines and journals. And look, it's a Higher School of Economics. It's a brand, and now it's deciphered as High School of Everything, not only economics, because we covered all the thematic apart from surgery, from clinical medicine. And so there's only one purely economical journal in this review. And we have business and as ESG agenda on the environmental support. Clean, it's to produce something cleaner, like cleaner production of things. So this is more on psychology rather than computers. Okay, and so we could add some approaches to the analysis. We combine these primary uses of the primary stage of reading, and we could combine it with deeper ones, like for these 5 journals, how authoritative magazines are and journals are read. These are the most popular, they are mostly read, and what parameters of quotation they have, if we take this as a proxy to evaluate the authoritativeness of a journal. And so here you see the high impact factor. They are all from the first quartile. And when I talk about the first quartile, I think American Economic Review is third of all the economic journals. Some of them are from the 90. Sometimes it's the first decile, like the first 10% of the magazines and journals. So it's all very complicated, and you have to say that the format counter and the standard counter, it's quite common in the West. It's obligatory for West system, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to sell the subscription to the library. And here we still taking the first steps, and there are discussions about this. There are some resources, BS, that take this standard and try to implement, and I know about some successes. iBox and Znanium of these resources in this direction. And of course, we are hoping that sooner or later all our Russian resources would provide statistics, not only in the counter format, but confirmed by the audit. And on all of these, we have 2 courses, one in our higher school of economics, and the second is in collaboration with Polytechnical University from St. Petersburg and Higher School of Economics. So I invite all of you. So this is for free and without a certificate, and here it's paid, and it's given the certificate. And finally, why it's the decadron? First of all, because you remember there was a meme that you are a Russian scientist if in the list of your publications there is at least, or public speeches, there is at least one which starts with the phrase talking about. So I got tired that each scientist has publications which has through the prism of, and so I think the prism has too few faces to show the variability of statistics in our librarian course. So this is dodecahedron, and it's beautiful. So this is it. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention. Yeah, questions. Vladimir Vladimirovich, thank you very much. That was quite an interesting presentation, and I have several questions to you. So you have a lot of description in foreign languages, I mean in English, and it's clear that you are oriented towards the subscribers and English based, and so it's quite interesting how common your resources are here in Russia and how often they are read. Maybe there is some point in to increase the number of languages, not only English, but also Russian and some other languages. you know, languages closer to Russia. I don't know, CSI countries, former CSI countries. We cannot hear you. Yes, thank you very much for your question. That's an important question. I think it's a complicated question. If we were able to solve it, it would be great to translate the terms, at least from investigation requests that are not interpreted in one or two. But I would prefer to bring this into common use. So at the moment, so I think that's complicated. I would start at looking at what Chinese did. So if they did, then we will be able to do. If they are still using English words in their text, that means that probably we will have to say impact factor and not index of influence or something like this. Yeah. Thank you very much for the idea. So let's try to do this. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe somebody else has questions. No questions. Okay, thank you very much. It was quite interesting. And the activities of libraries.
Значит, дальше, коллеги.
To go on, dear colleagues, I have the following information. No, I know an answer from Alexandra Karaush. Unfortunately, he will not be able to join us today. And therefore, unfortunately, I'm afraid we will not hear him. I do not know whether Vadim Valerievich Duda will join us. However, we have some other wonderful speakers, and I wanted Irina Alexandrovna to introduce Dr. Skalaban. Well, we are trying to find the working microphone. Now, Alexei Vitalyevich Skalaban, an expert of NACON, old friend of libraries, and his presentation would be Neuro, a system of academic publisher to help authors, editors, and reviewers. Yuri Yurievich, probably you will be the next. Are you ready? Yes, he's ready. In that case, Alexei Vitalyevich. And good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, let me thank the MIPT and the organizers for the possibility to take part in this conference. So I wanted to share with you the new service, NACON. Okay. So, our new service, which we have started recently, about 3 weeks ago, the name is Neuro Assistant or the Academic Publisher. It's already available online. It's NA-NACON.ru, and our project is addressed to resolve the problems of editors, publishers, and researchers.
Что-то там физтехи с микрофонами не очень хорошо обстоят.
So you seem to have some problem with microphones. Yeah, we have replaced it. Those who are interested in technology, you may see in this slide the technological stack that we are using. We have a list of literature which describes all technologies that we have used in creating our project. And I will be talking about the services themselves, and I will show you what we achieved in the end. Our project allows us to improve the search in preparation of manuscript with the help of neural system. You can find the keywords, check the clarity of the article, find the updated information, find the journal for publication, check the article by formal attributes according to INRAT format, for instance, ethical declaration, information about quotation, check the relevance of quoted literature, and evaluate how readable is the text. Neural Assistant consists from several modules, and we have 6 of them. The first module in the statistical module based on journals. We have about 3 million of entries, and we have collected statistical information about the magazine, for instance, bibliothèque knowledge, and we have checked all the reviews and identify the topics, arrange them in clusters, and you can see how a system has identified what are the most commonly published topics. The author or editorial board of the magazine may use this index and see what topics are most popular, most commonly used. The second module of the statistical report. And the second module, it shows the authors who published the articles in a magazine, the number of publication by years. We may understand whether we have more or less publication, the chronology, not chronology, but the number of issues of a magazine, whether it has increased or decreased, the number of annual issues, the average size of a review. You see a significant growth. Here, the number of co-authors in the articles. You may see how many articles are written in co-authorship and how many articles are published in each issue. The next service is the service of the magazine recommendation. All those services which I will be listing from now on will be the data of a magazine which is available on our platform. Today is 550 magazines from Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. And the first service is the service of the journal recommendations. There are lots of services like that abroad, from Shrinkles to Zibir, the most popular of them. So what capability it has? You would enter the text of your abstract, and the system would analyze, the system would recommend in what journals, in the opinion of the system, you may publish the article. I have an example from a library science journal, and the Neurosystem offered, recommended me to publish it in a library science magazine. Then on the basis of this recommendation, you may submit an article. The next service is the selection of a journal. In the previous step, it was recommendation, and this, it is a selection of a journal. The author may not yet have the text of an article or an abstract of an article. He wants to find a journal which is suitable for him. It gives the possibility to select the category, set the filter about the presence of a journal in some database, for instance, Scopus, or in other lists, to select accessibility, open or subscription based, paid publication or free publication, average size of an abstract or size of an article. And in this case, on this example, it is shown that the author was interested in humanities, Scopus magazines, Russian language, with open access. So the system has selected 2 journals meeting all the criteria. The service of keywords recommendation, you enter your abstract, and Neurosystem would select keywords for you. You must understand that what neural system has selected should be used necessarily. It is simply something that makes it easier for you. Probably you will be able to use this word. Probably you have missed it or skipped it. In this case, we see that some words, some key words really match the topic of an abstract which was downloaded. The next one is the service of bibliographical note recommendations. Now we are not talking about the list of literature, but the references. What we say, we have input the text of an article. The system has analyzed it by sentences and offers to us to enter a reference to some source. If it is yellow, then it's a recommendation. If it's green, it means the system has found a reference. The first sentence, the recent events affected all spheres. Neural assistant suggested to add the reference to some known source because in accordance with the neural system assistance, it must have a reference. According to the vocabulary, it understood that it should offer a reference to some source. This service helps an author to make sure that he has not omitted anything and the reader or reviewer would understand all the facts correctly. Next service is the service of search of quotation sources. Here we enter the text of an abstract, and on the basis of this text, Neural Assistant suggests similar articles which look similar to your abstract, which are published in other magazines on the platform. It does not mean that you have not already made references to those articles. It means that there are certain articles which look very similar to your abstract, and in future it can often happen when the system helps an author to find some additional source which was either omitted or about which the author did not know. And the final service is the service of assessment of the external view of your article. You download your publication in where the system will calculate the number of characters, the availability of an abstract or of an introduction, list of literature, whether you have mentioned all authors, whether the structure of the article matches in right format. So this information may be used by an author to see whether his or her manuscript fits all the requirements of a particular journal. And see if some authors were not listed or an abstract is absent, you may write to an author and say, please add it. This service is already available. You may use it freely. Thank you for your attention.
Да, очень хорошо. Большое вам спасибо.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Может быть, вопросы есть?
Maybe you have some questions. So this service is available on a website, na.point.ru. Right now it's free of charge. Maybe it could be monetized in the future. Will it be integrated into some other tools which are required by an editor? Yes, we have these plans. Right now, we do not yet quite understand when we are going to do it and in what form, but in principle, if you have any suggestions, what you wanted to integrate into this service, we are ready to consider because, yeah, assessment by the format probably would be useful. A question from the point of view of an author. An author has uploaded an article, and this article would stay in the memory of NACON as a draft, can be compared with some other article. No, it will not stay in the memory. And unfortunately, I do not have a complete answer to the question what happens to the article after it's been processed. Thanks a lot. Any other questions, please? We are using LPUP service of the Russian State Library. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Alexey Vitalyevich.
Thanks, Alexey Vitalyevich.
Like I told you, we would like to invite for presentation Yuri Yurievich Chernova, and Ekaterina will present him. PhD in philosophy, head of the Center for the Study of Problems in Informatics INION of Russian Academy of Sciences. Cherny Yuri Yurievich. He will tell us about the Techno-Science project, Digital Education for All. Thank you very much. Yuri Yurievich, we are... So we'll switch on everything and adjust the presentation. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would speak without a presentation. I will take off my watch, so just to keep within the given timetable. I'm going to talk slower than usual, respecting the work of our interpreters. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Ekaterina Vasilyevna Nikonorova for her invitation to this forum, and Grigory Rafaelovich Kanson for his attention, for his assistance, support in developing my annotation, and for our communication that started before the conference, and for this wonderful forum, the soul of which he is. So, 63 years ago, on the 13th of October 1959, Komsomolskaya Pravda newspaper, there was an article, actually a verse by Boris Slutsky, which was called Physics and Lyrics. And I'm going to read it. So the physics are in respect and lyrics are not. So the matter is in the world law, something was not developed, and what we were supposed to do, maybe the wings are too weak, and in the flight of Pegasus, our horses do not fly, and the physicists are so respected, and lyrics are in the law. It's self-evident, it's useless to argue, and so it's interesting to watch how the foam go down our lyrics and the grandeur retreats into the logarithms. So this verse was a reaction of Boris Slutsky, the poet, onto the argument on the pages of the Komsomolskaya Pravda newspaper between the cybernetics of Igor Poletaev and Alexei Lyapunov with Ilya Ehrenburg, the writer. And Boris Slutsky has taken the side of the lyrics, and he fixed in his poem that humanitarians are weak in terms of convincing, in terms of presenting their point of view, and that's quite interesting that this is consonant to our modern times. Why humanitarian knowledge and poetry are weak and are not convincing when speaking with the words of Nikolai Berdyaev, who was quoted by Ekaterina Nikonorova. The will to live has become stronger than the will to culture, and the answers are the culture is mainly looking at life through the rear view mirror, and it's either going into the past, into the specific problems, and it's not daring enough to become a basis for the new noosphere. I would like to tell, before telling you about the technoscience project, I would like to react to yesterday's plenary sessions when we had these questions as similar to the discussion of the physicists and lyricists about the ratio of sciences and the humanities. And is there anything which makes the humanitarian knowledge to natural sciences and mathematical sciences? So at the example of our librarian field, I would like to show that there are such things. So there are some notions of the laws of nature of which exist objectively outside our desire and our consciousness. And in the same way, in the librarian field, in the librarian science, and they are similar to ideal objects in the mathematical sciences. What are we talking about? In the first place, we have to mention the basic communication interpretation of world history. I mean, the theory of Toronto School of Communication, according to which there are pre-writing society, writing society, and post-writing society. So this theory of communication was created by Garrett Innis, Walter Ork, and others. So there were times when there was no writing documents and there were no libraries and the information activities were present, but then came the writing and the phonetic alphabet as its apex. And then when electric telegraph was developed in the 1830s, there started a new epoch, which we call the post-writing society. The writing is kept, but the driving force of this time and current time and modern times and the future times, the driving force is pre-writing types of communications which are reborn at a new technological basis. Walter Onk called this secondary orality. If we talk in the language of Efler Toffler, we deal in the world history with two turning points of social memory. Pre-writing epoch, the memory functioned on the basis of individual brain. In the writing epoch, there came the storage places, so the memory was alienated from outside, but there was a lack of link between the memory and the action. And in post-writing epoch, we have we see the global brain of humanity on the basis of computer sciences that is forming, and on the basis of the documents they were in all kinds of storage. So this is the scheme. It's far from library science. It was adapted by Boris Semenovker, a leading scientist, and he used to work in the Russian state science, doctor of pedagogical services, and for librarian science. It was adapted and it was presented in his fundamental work, The Evolution of Information Activities Before Printing. Unfortunately, this works has gone to the invention of printing press, but the scheme is kept. And Boris Arevich Simenovker showed us that in the epoch of manuscript, there wasn't a library as an individual social institute. It was a syncretic archive, librarian, museum, social institution. And later on, after Gutenberg, they divided. And continuing the thought of Semenovker, I would say that In the electronic epoch, we deal with the opposite process, the convergence of the activities of libraries, museums. You shouldn't be afraid of this because it's a natural process of what existed as a whole, together, as a unity. Now, moving on to some specific things, and I'm going to talk about 4 elements presentation as of library as consisting of 4 elements by Stolarov, which is known to everyone, which is being taught at higher education institutions. Any library is composed of 4 elements: the stock, the readers, the staff, and the material and technical base. The 3 elements are not enough, 5 are redundant, and Yuri Nikolaevich was proposed to introduce the 5th element, and he didn't agree, and he introduced the second contour, the models of material, technical base, the model of readers, and so on and so forth. Stolerov's idea of library could be transformed in time. In the past, library was a quasi-system. It was a system, but was not thought as such. And from the end of 60s and 70s of the last century, it became aware of this. And in the future of libraries relates to the fact that the library would transform according to the general tendencies of transformation of the global information environment towards the cyber-physical system, or it will become an intelligent environment of the future, and there's no mystics about this. Now, I would like to move on to the Technoscience project, and my topic is the Technoscience project, the digital enlightenment for everyone. So this is the project in which I've been participating for more than 5 years as a curator, volunteer, so I'm not get paid for this. But I help people, and I realize my interests. In 2017, in May, at the first issue of this magazine in the Burin's library in Moscow, I met a head of library 240 of the Northwest Administrative Okrug of Moscow, Kamkina Olga Vitalyevna, and several times I went to this library, and then Olga Vitalyevna came to me for help to somehow activate the activities of people, to invite young people and so I advised Olga Vitalyevna to the ideas of the 4th Industrial Revolution. She agreed with me, and so gradually this project came into being, and this project has 2 wings: the wing of science technological and science fantasy, sci-fi wing. Why? Like the 2 wings of the bird, it helps this project to fly forward. And I would like to illustrate the need for such an approach, which turned out to be quite fruitful. And I would like to quote the words of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. And he used to say that first, inevitably, there comes the fantasy idea, the fairy tale, then follow the scientific calculation, and finally, the implementation crowns the idea. So, in this way, there is a tension between the beginning of this link, of this chain, and the end. Whatever technology we may use, it's the artificial intelligence, blockchain, electronic money, robotics, and other technologies of the 4th Industrial Revolution, or digital economy, these are the synonyms, we will see that the idea of them was a dream, and it was represented in the works of the writers of sci-fi writers or directors of films. Talking about technology, we always mean the initial impulse, the dream for a better future, which this or that person wanted to implement. And coming back to sci-fi, we look at it as a harbinger of a new technology. And so any talk about, when we talk about technologies or sci-fi, it develops several dimensions, and it is fruitful. And the composition of the book of our classics, Professor Arkady Sokolov, the Information Society in Virtual and Social Reality in 2011 Moscow, it is based, and it follows the words of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. In the first part, Arkady Vasilyevich shows how ideas of information societies was born in the minds of thinkers, and then the thoughts of scientists, and then when the activities of the engineers, let's say, so the practitioners who implement these theories and ideas. How we built our project? First, it was the work with the stock, sci-fi, which was represented in the stock of the library. So we called it the library Technoscience, but it's formally 240. Library number 240, and so we've taken the sci-fi books and we put on the shelf some of them, and we just put some divisions. What book foresees what technologies? So you didn't have to buy books, nothing. It's just the creative work of the librarians. The next stage was the bibliographic. Like, bibliographic is not necessary. We've done this back in 2018, the bibliographic index, which is called 100 Books of Technoscience. And I worked at the catalog of Ozone on the internet, what books are sold, and I knew the number of technologies. I just divided them into 17 divisions, and I sent these bibliographic links and references, and with the help of two bibliographers, this draft became a noted bibliographic index with what books are available in what libraries of central library. And third, work with the readers. So we have, or we are implementing project which is called the ABC of digital economy, the anatomy of artificial intelligence, the literary workshop of a sci-fi master. And so in the recent couple of years, we are the fans of slow reading aloud of sci-fi literature. Not only sci-fi, but like literature in general. And we've read Yevgeny Onegin by Pushkin. And it was a great enjoyment. And tomorrow at 18, we have a second meeting on Herbert Wells' the Time Machine. Now we are having a contest on sci-fi short story. Library 240 Technoscience were the initiate, and the partners are the Russian State Library for Young People and the publishing house and a company, a literary company. 2 months to receive the materials from 15th of September to 15th November, and as of yesterday, we have 32 short stories of all across Russia and Belarus. So I am about to close. So thinking about what we have done, we've realized that we've created a library about the future. It's quite unbelievable. How can you create a library about something which doesn't exist? Because a library is crystallized as a result of working with documents. First, something happens, then you publish books, articles about this, and this information stream crystallizes and library can provide it. So library can only be about the past or something relevant. But the future has been described in many sources. There are futurology science, the concept of information society, there is prognostics, and there are books on technologies. So the future is also presented in the documentary stream, and you can base on it. You can counter me. This representation of future cannot be 100% representative. Yes, I would agree, but of course we don't know about the past 100% because we have quarrels, we have arguments about the interpretation of different things in the past. So we were practicing the impossible, and so we have created the library about the future, and so we are going to move on in this dimension. So now I am moving to the closing. In yesterday's address, the director of the Institute of Systemic Programming of the Russian Academy of Sciences, named after Ivannikov, Arutun Avedisyan, said that if technicians have the opportunity to build the future without any limitations, they will build what? Electronic concentration camp. That was said from the stage. Why? Why electronic concentration camp? Because it's easy, it's most convenient to design the future that the person is an object, because the subject always opposes. So the person has to be converted into the object, and the technicians will convince others and are able to do this, and they will convince that this is the optimal function of the system. But the thing is that the person is not an object, and its non-objectiveness is about culture. And so the cultural limitations, they are not limitations, but from the technical point they are limitations, but from the point of surviving of the human species and its development, they are the reason for keeping the life of people. And one more name I would like to mention is Akop Pagosovich Nazaretian. This is a Russian sociologist, philosopher, a theoretic of media. From 1948 to 2019, he looked at the problems of global dynamics, and he brought forward a hypothesis of techno-humanitarian balance. This hypothesis says that the higher is the capacity of military and production capacities, the more efforts you have to make to keep the society. And so this is my response to the problem that is set forward for this, why we need humanitarian knowledge. Of course, there are some values that do not allow to make the person as one of the objects among other objects. So if we keep these positions, then the will to culture will win the anonymity of the scientific process and will make the global evolution favorable for us and manageable by us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Yuri Yurievich. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was very interesting material, as usual, and you make very good presentation. It's nice to listen to you. Thanks for remembering Nazaretian. This is great because he has quite interesting work. He is quite unique person and scientist, and yes, and on our themes, if he lived, it would be interesting to listen to him. So thanks a lot, and I hope that we'll continue. And we'll continue our cooperation. Yes, of course, by all means, yes. Dear colleagues, maybe you have questions to Yuri Yurievich. No questions. Okay. So we've put down what we wanted. So Yuri Yurievich, we will work on some specific things. Ekaterina Vasilyevna, I would like to add that my email is in the materials of this Congress, and the participants who look and who will finish looking, and the students and fellow students and postgrads of Moscow Physical Technical Institutes. If you have questions to me, I can send all the materials. I can describe the project, and I invite, of course, you to participate in the science sci-fi contest. I've sent the information to. I can resend this information, so I could send this to anyone who is interested. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Dear colleagues, and now I need your advice. So we have this situation. Right now, we have some time before the end of this panel, but we will not wind up our meeting because we have one more speaker who will be able to join us only at 4:30, right after the break. So we may either organize some open discussion, or if there are no people who want to speak additionally, then we'll break till 3:30 in order to give the capability, the ability to our one more participant to make a presentation after the break. Maybe by that time, Vadim Valerievich will also be able to join us. So what's your choice? If no one wants to speak before 3 o'clock, because I'm afraid that we will be turned off again.
Ну ладно, мы так и поняли. Мы так и поняли, да.
Okay, we have understood that technical problems still persist.
Ой, боже мой. Так, кто-то звонит. Одну минуточку сейчас. Алло? Алло? Да, здравствуйте. Вы подъехали? Тогда добегайте быстро. Давайте, ждем. Так, Катерина Александровна, куда отправить презентацию? Вася?
Katerina Alexandrovna, Vasim will join us right now. He's already here. Let him bring the presentation here.
Да, и загрузите его презентацию, да, если что, да? Что?
Возможно, сейчас его встретят. Сейчас Юрий Юрьевич его встретит.
Probably Yuri Yurievich will meet him downstairs and will show the way.
Слышите меня, да?
Uh,
Вас встретит Юрий Юрьевич.
You'll be met by Yuri Yurievich Черный. No.
Актовый зал,
Conference hall.
Концертный зал называется.
Актовый зал.
Концертный.
Concert hall is the true name of it. So he'll be met by Yuri Yurievich. It's the main building. So you'll have time to make a presentation before the break, unless we are turned off. Right now, they didn't warn us so far. Concert hall, okay. So,
коллеги, ну так что ждем тогда.
So we are waiting for Vitaly Vladimirovich.
Возможно, это быстро произойдет все.
So probably it will happen quickly.
Да. Угу. Сейчас я попробую связаться с Григорием Рафаэльевичем. Григорий Рафаэльевич. Алло. Да, значит, доехал Васин, сейчас вот прям должен появиться уже в зале, ну тогда мы вот сейчас, это он у нас получается последний выступающий. Ну, я не знаю, вот как бы...
Коллеги, чтобы вас развлечь, Катерина
Ждем, ну,
Васильевна,
до 3 мы
отключите звук,
точно здесь.
пожалуйста.
До 3 мы точно здесь.
Чтобы вас немного развлечь, хотим рассказать об
Не,
еще
ну, вы
одном
знаете, я думаю,
продукте.
может быть, не надо этого делать. Ну, что ж мы так и будем вот это сидеть и ждать? Люди разойдутся, а он через 5 минут приедет, понимаете? То, в смысле, подключится. Тоже нехорошо. Вот, ладно? Ну, в 3,
Екатерина
да, в 3
Васильевна,
часа мы...
выключите звук. Так, замечательно. Хочется сказать, что журналы, размещенные на портале ЛПАП, 500 штук, о которых говорил, да, значит, Алексей, анализируются, но для нашей библиотечной сферы сделали такой дополнительный продукт, который бы...
So we've made a special product which would allow us to have a simple look at the magazines and journals on our topics. Thanks for showing us the magazine of Library Science. It's 70 this year, and thank you very much for that. And in our Russian Library Association, we had an agreement with all the editors-in-chief of the library magazines that we would come together at the portal, and all the magazines will be placed, will place their metadata and publication on LPAP. And so we had a wonderful, nice resource. It doesn't resolve all the problems which are in front of the researchers, and after Neuro Assistant, I don't know, maybe Neuro Assistant will decide this much quicker, but anyway. Could you go up? There is a line of research, and when you come to the page of this magazine, so this research is on all the six sources. This is magazines of science technical libraries and the Belarusian magazine. So you see here Nikon, Science and Scientific Information, which positions itself as publishing articles on different specialties. So we have a call from Yuri Yurich. So, I have a question on the organization. Grigory Rafaelovich says that this is not a concert, it's the digit, it's called. So, can you please send me his telephone and we'll just organize things? So I warned him about the microphone. So, okay. So we have Vitaly Vladimirovich here, right? No.
If I understand correctly, what is the presentation all of a sudden? So the presentation is already here, but Vitaly Vladimirovich is not. So we will not be cut off. So we'll continue to listen to Alexei Salaban. Let me say a few more words about our platform. Of course, we have 6 journals here. What we have here, in addition to full text search, search by metadata in all journals. We also have new articles. As soon as a new article on a website of library started, there is a new issue, and automatically all the new articles would be posted on the main page of this portal. There is also a news line, a little bit higher. Yeah, news, where our dear colleagues may sometimes publish some new information related with libraries and library studies. So I told you everything I knew about this resource. Any questions? For the library study journal, we reached an agreement with all the directors, personally with all directors of the libraries, and Russian State Library has assumed the function of main negotiator. Some people have problems with this journal. Well, they have problems, and if they move to LPUB platform, then we'll be able to post it here without problems. The main condition is to be present in LPUB platform. Okay, we are waiting. I do hope it will not take a lot of time.
Но поскольку проходы в МФТИ длинные, большие, поэтому нужно еще немножечко времени, чтобы нам добраться.
Please be patient because the corridors in our institute are lengthy. We wanted to express our gratitude to Naikon for analyzing our publication. And thanks a lot for the support of library community. Maybe someone else wants to say something? Add to our discussion.
Екатерина Александровна, скажите мне, пожалуйста, в каком вы находитесь зале все-таки?
Мы он называется 4.18.
The name is 4.18 in the Digit building.
Значения не имеет.
Уже встретили. Юрий Юрьевич уже его поймал. Все.
Да, они уже идут, они сейчас будут уже. Ну вот, замечательно.
Мы вас ждали.
Okay, we've been waiting for you. So come here straight away.
Ну вот, пожалуйста. Да.
Okay, you are welcome, dear colleagues. This is our wonderful presenter, Vitaly Vasin. He works in a library not for a long time, 1.5 years, but they have some very specific mode of work. We don't see you quite often at the library. He is R&D developer of the Russian State Library, Vitaly Vladimirovich. We've been waiting for you, so we'll be very happy to listen to your presentation. Thanks a lot for waiting for me. Let me tell you a few words about the Department of R&D, the Russian State Library. Let us very briefly, what is this organization, Russian State Library, and what advantages it has, and what specifics it has? from 2017, there was an amendment which said that the Russian State Library must have all copies of printed or any other publications in electronic form. And this is provided for by the Civil Code, Article 1275, and it tells us about our capabilities, about free use and copying of any documents. Recently, we had the news that the book chamber is joining us. It will allow the Russian State Library to address some legal and other issues related to the use of all documents, will help us to fill our funds. We have too many documents in the Russian State Library. According to estimates, a normal person will require 20 to 100 years to read them all in digitized form. In all the database, we have over 1.7 million documents. This is also the volume which can't be embraced by any one man. And in 2019, we have opened the Department of R&D, which is busy with providing access to those documents to use them for the benefit of society. Very briefly stated, we are an offshore department. We have absolute monopoly for structuring of data. Very briefly, the purpose of existence of Russian State Library is to collect data, save the data, store them, and give them away to anyone who is interested, to the readers. We may give it to a person in front of a computer who may open a digital copy and read it. What our department is busy with is to give an opportunity to a computer without involvement of man. And we have intellectual systems, the so-called AI, which takes the raw data and is capable to read all those files, to extract knowledge from all that storage. And this is what our department is busy with. How to organize that computer would receive that data in the right form and would perform its task correctly. And where it is required, it is definitely required. And very briefly in this slide, we have demonstrated that the largest companies, best in their areas, all of them talk about data center approach when at the foundation of all the existing programs, there are data for decision making. Probably you have heard that data is a new oil. Let me tell you a short story which would show clearly why do we have to sum up so many data. We have a lot of them and need more. Why? In 2018, Google makes an application for text analysis, and it is called BERT. It does a provides a surprising push for data processing. This is a kind of breakthrough. Our department takes BERT, which has already been taught on multi-language versions of Wikipedia, English, Russian versions. In order for the artificial intelligence, that is the system for analyzing text, to be able to analyze the concepts which are existing in the world the right way. Conventionally speaking, it teaches on multi-language data session. For us, to have a giraffe not only in Africa, but it's also a giraffe in Moscow Zoo. And accordingly, with the growth of data, amount of data within the system, it allows the system to understand better what kind of giraffes are available in the world and where they can be found. We take the system, which has been taught in different languages. We additionally teach it on the Russian text and teach it to classify information by topics. And when we demonstrated our system to the top officials in the Ministry of Culture, when the model had a request description of Tikhon's life as a result of implementation of that request, it determined it as a history of a circus. And Tikhon, let me remind you, was a patriarch in the 20th century. So the system was not mistaken. After analyzing how it could happen in that way, I can show you slides. It was taught on data where Tikhon was placed into a circus context. To be specifically, there was an article about the circus for everyone, and several patriarchs visited it. And that picture with different patriarchs was given a subtitle, circus. So the system did not make a mistake. It simply had not enough data. An explanation why we need it at all. Here is the general pattern, general scheme, how we invent solutions traditionally with a similar quality of work. We have some target audience, what we want to achieve, and everything is built on data, and companies spend a lot less time for the analysis. And the library, a library has very many books, a lot of unprocessed raw material. And our department is specializing on turning this product, covering this product into something useful, and on the basis of AI industry to make those products available to the reader. What specific steps have you made on that path? The department exists from 2018. There were lots of projects, specifically the system of data integration. And there are lots of formats. The publishers, editors, librarians, markers, Onyx, and so on. And to be able to convert data from one format to another, there is a guide for A4 pages. This page may be copied and could be made available in another format. The system of data integration is translation from all formats to all other. I have even more specific slides. I can show it to you a bit later. Why we need that? Because the data-based society in the European Union specifically has projects Europeana, and this is a brief extract which makes for the businesses to make decisions about innovations easier on the basis of this data. We also have fundamental models. Probably you have heard about linguistic models which substitute people, which can eliminate the professions of copywriters. No, it is not true. They are assisting people today, and in the Russian State Library, in my memory, we were the first who started working with linguistic models. We had a corpus for 30 million of the Russian words. We have taken hardware for $500,000 we taught they already exist in BERT and GPT, the systems which generate texts. And they already existed in the Russian environment. We also received models which did not exist in Russia before. These are fundamental models which may cope with dozens of other tasks. All that is now moved to the platform of Sber Data Hub. Also, we have a department of digitalization. For instance, we have lots of periodicals, take the newspaper, Krasnaya Zvezda, and the essence of digitalization is to identify semantic blocks, recognize the text, and probably most important in that, it will find the entities of the participants of that issue, organizations which were involved in the work in that year, where it happened, what happened. All that will be structured data which will be used for teaching the systems which are based on artificial intelligence. Another solution which is also used in providing system, AI-based system, useful data. Specific example, when Sberbank department came to us, they're responsible for intellectual analysis of documents, and they require some specific documents, and there is a system which would select the pages according to meaning and would select similar pages, would distinguish them from other analogous patterns. An example is shown here, a page with the concept of branching. We obtain a root system, and this system operates in reality, it's workable, and it is already used. Thank you for your attention. All the slides that follow would answer your specific questions. If you have specific questions, I'll be happy to answer. Yes, we have questions in the audience. Thanks a lot. It's very interesting. Maslykov High School of Economics, that's a very interesting story. I'm very happy that we already have this system. If I understood it correctly, we are talking about research work with the content which is available in Russian State Library. And I, for a long time, was interested in the use of information. Do you plan to use some new approaches to work with that? Because it seems to me that if a university library has a factory that produces data, then you probably would have a holding company. You would have a tremendous amount of data on social processes of use of research information. What is the question? The question?
Анализировать, что читают, будете?
Are you going to analyze what the people are reading? The potential for the development of your. Let me translate it. Right now, you are talking about full text analysis, and the question is that a reader comes to the library, they take books, download some articles, and the question was whether you are going to analyze who is reading, what they are reading. So are you going to collect statistical data? Yes, we have the so-called business intelligence, and we are analyzing what issues are most required, are most demanded. Let me give you specific examples. Newspapers and journals on architecture. So the students from the Institute of Architecture come and select lots of issues. It is reflected in our statistics. We are optimizing it. And now we in our library have a service on issuing some copies in closed access. They are protected with a copyright. So the person makes a request. We give the contents page until select a page. So this page is made available to the person. All this existed for a long time. And hence, in order to find the page in the content and then find the page, a person must spend 2 to 7 days. And now computers are working with this, and the work of the service accelerated tremendously. If we are talking about direct work with the readers, we have a line for digitalization. A reader may make a request to digitalize. We have 40 millions in our funds and only 5 millions is digitalized. And the author comes with a request. Can you provide me with a digital copy of some issues of a newspaper or magazine? The same architects, for instance. And it is not clear what to send for processing in the first time, how to prioritize it. So if it's mostly those architects, they will be the first in line. So it's also optimization. I hope you have answered your question. Another practical question. Are there or do you plan any publications on this subject in the leading Russian and international magazines? Because it seems to me that this is a golden subject. There are so many capabilities, and even if there are publications on that subject already, I wanted, for instance, in a journal Library Science, which is published by the Russian State Library. That's a wonderful question, and we are raising this question approximately every 3 months, and no one is willing to write an article because we are Department of Research and Development. We are not writers. There is a request, there is a demand for authors who will write articles or publications on the subject. Another question. Alexei Shevchenko, a postgraduate student. I'm just a listener at this conference. I have 2 questions. First, you have mentioned that you have taught transformers on your data. And what was the final purpose of that work? Because the task is very complicated and it is not clear how it is implemented in the goals of your library. And this does not feed the goals of our library. This is probably better fits the goals of the Russian library communities. That's a fundamental model which is taken by researchers and replicated to dozens of other tasks. In practical sphere, it's a recognition of our library. Let me give you an example. A Spanish library also had the same task, teaching their models, and right now they do not have a practical application of that. But a recognition of what they're doing is already available. And the second question, in the tasks of digitalization of data, how this process is automated already. What is the share of manual checking in digitalization? You have recognized automatically some text. Are you verifying it manually or selectively, or you completely trust your digitalization system? Yes, the system of digitalization naturally has some percent of error. It's being improved. Right now, it's not validated as yet. We trust the system completely. Yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, any more questions? No, no more questions.
Это уж точно. Да.
Okay, then maybe we will thank Vitaly Vladimirovich for coming to us so quickly. Thank you very much for waiting for me. Thank you very much. So please come more often to us, communicate with us, and it's going to be useful for you as well. Yes, probably the time has come. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, I would like to say that it's all for today. We've finished our program. I would like to say a couple of words to, well, in the first place, I would like to thank all the presenters. We would like to thank our organizers for the Congress, for this conference, for this section, for related to the issues of developing library science and bringing together the new opportunities and classical approaches. And thanks a lot to Grigory Rafaelovich, because he is the main driving force among the organizers, especially on our section. And it's so nice that all the people we've invited have come, have answered our invitations, and I'm very glad that we had Valentina Vladimirovna Brezhneva, who participated now. So it's not necessary to go physically from St. Petersburg to Moscow to talk to the colleagues. So he represents here St. Petersburg University of Culture, and so I'm glad to have teachers from Moscow State University of Culture, Lopatina, and she participated in this section as well, and our colleagues from Siberia, Natalia Stepanovna Redkina. She was very interested in conducting such a section, and we're so happy about that we managed to meet with her and listen to her interesting ideas. And our colleagues from the Tomsk State University, we only saw the deputy director of the library, but we know that there's a whole team working on a very interesting topic. And Alexey Vitalyevich Skalaban, our friend, the friend of libraries, and we are very grateful to him for participating in our session. And I am especially happy that Boris Rodionovich Loginov came to our university, because medical libraries and the library that he is the head of is the flagship in preparing the staff for medical libraries. It's a special library, and thank you very much to Boris Rodionovich, because he is a very creative person, and it's so nice and interesting to listen to his presentations. Thanks to our colleague Pislякov Vladimir from the Higher School of Economics. Very interesting things he's doing in his library of the Higher School of Economics, and so I would like to go further and to broadcast some of his innovations and interesting forms of work, for example, in the Russian language. And I would also like to give special thanks to our young colleague, to Vitaly Vladimirovich Vasin, for being so quick. And when we almost lost hope, he appeared in front of us, and we saw people who are really dealing in libraries with issues of artificial intelligence, and even could learn something interesting for ourselves. So I'm also very grateful to Yuri Yurievich Chorny, who was at the foundation of our section. He was the first person I talked to that we need to have such a section, and he was happy to undertake this, and he was helping us to the very end, and yes, in a very kind way, he continued and is continuing doing this. Yuri Yurich, thank you very much. So we had a wonderful section, and everybody, I am sure, was quite interested to hear. So we have to continue this format. So we don't have to get a lot of people together. So we could get together people who you could hear interesting, new, and important things. And so, of course, I would like to thank Ekaterina Alexandrovna. She came from Yekaterinburg. She attended a conference there, and today, from the very early morning, she came to the university. And even this kind of moderation, this is also a reflection of the main idea of this Congress. Library and the Moscow Physical Technical University, they combined as two institutions of science, I mean the university and the main institution of culture, the libraries. It was not easy, but for example, I was nervous, and because we had this for the first time, and so we used this form. But I think everything went quite well, and so yeah. So I am grateful to all of you. I thank you for coming together and pulling this through. Thank you very much, and I hope that we need to move forward in this kind of style. Thank you very much. Ekaterina Vasilyevna, allow me to add a couple of words. I would like to separately thank the people who have the sign interpreters. We haven't heard you, but we will listen to you on the YouTube, and I hope we haven't spoiled things for you, and thank you very much. And the main thing, big thanks to the person who got us all together, who thought and inspired the topic on libraries, and so masterfully built the program that one presentation was naturally flowing from the other. Thank you, Ekaterina Vasilyevna. Well, it's not me so much, it's Grigory Rafaelovich, so he played a big role in this. So he made his contribution in all sorts of things, and so thanks to everyone. And I think to our new meetings, so we have to, well, probably not so often, but we have to meet at a regular basis and bring joy with our new ideas and not be afraid of moving forward. Thank you very much. Farewell. Till the next meeting. Goodbye.
Ну что, включаем все, да? Здесь?